Hey guys, tonight we're uncovering the real story of Ötzi the Iceman. Imagine walking high in the Alps over 5,000 years ago, snow crunching beneath your feet, the air thin and sharp, unaware that your journey will one day make you one of the most famous figures in archaeology. Discovered frozen in a glacier in 1991, Ötzi's body became a time capsule, preserving not only his clothing and tools, but also clues to his final days, his health, and even what he ate for his last meal. So before we begin, take a minute to like the video and subscribe. Also, please let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always incredible to see this quiet little gathering stretch across centuries of curiosity. Now, dim the lights. Maybe imagine the whisper of wind over ice, or the distant crack of snow under shifting weight. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair with a warm cup of tea, because we're about to embark on one of the most extraordinary detective stories nature has ever served up. This isn't your typical whodunit. It's a who was it that took over 5,000 years to solve. It all began on a perfectly ordinary September day in 1991, when two German hikers decided to take what they thought would be a pleasant stroll through the Ötztal Alps between Austria and Italy. Helmut and Erika Simon were the kind of people who probably packed extra sandwiches and checked the weather forecast 3 times before leaving home. They certainly weren't expecting to stumble upon what would become one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. You know how sometimes you're cleaning out your attic and find something unexpected behind an old box? Well, imagine that. But instead of finding your college yearbook, you discover a perfectly preserved 5,300-year-old human being. That's essentially what happened when the Simons noticed something odd poking out of the melting ice. At first glance, they figured they'd found some poor modern hiker who'd gotten lost in a blizzard. The Alps, after all, have claimed their share of adventurers over the years. But the specimen wasn't just any frozen traveller, this was Ötzi, though he wouldn't get his catchy nickname until much later. The Simons were looking at the oldest naturally mummified human ever discovered in Europe, a man who'd been flash-frozen in time like the world's most incredible historical snapshot. The discovery sent ripples through the scientific community faster than gossip at a small-town coffee shop. Here was a window into the Copper Age, a time when humans were just figuring out that banging rocks together could produce more than just noise. Ötzi lived during a period when your biggest life decisions involved whether to hunt mammoth or gather berries, and the most advanced technology was a sharp stick. What made this find so remarkable wasn't just Ötzi's age, though 5,300 years is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but his incredible state of preservation. The high altitude, constant freezing temperatures, and dry mountain air had turned him into nature's own time capsule. While most people from his era had long since returned to dust, Ötzi looked like he could wake up at any moment and ask for directions to the nearest Starbucks. The initial recovery was something like a carefully choreographed dance between excitement and extreme caution. Scientists descended on the site like bibliophiles at a rare book sale, each one more thrilled than the last. They knew they were handling something precious, not just scientifically but humanly. The subject wasn't just a specimen, this was someone's ancestor, a person who had lived, loved, and ultimately met his end on a lonely mountain pass. As you drift off tonight, imagine the moment when researchers first laid eyes on Ötzi's belongings scattered around the ice. His copper axe gleamed dully in the Alpine sun, while his leather quiver held arrows that had been ready for action since before the pyramids were built. It was like discovering a Bronze Age Swiss Army knife, complete with everything a well-prepared traveller might need for a journey through the ancient world. The mountains had kept Ötzi's secret for over 5 millennia, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal their treasure. And on that September day in 1991, they finally decided it was time to let their ancient guardian tell his story. Now that you're comfortable and ready to learn more about our icebound friend, let's dive into what scientists discovered when they began their careful examination of Ötzi. Think of it as reading the world's oldest autobiography, written not in words but in skin, bones and belongings. First things first, Ötzi wasn't exactly what you'd call imposing. Standing at about 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing roughly 110 pounds, he was built more like a marathon runner than a linebacker. But don't let his modest stature fool you. This was clearly a man who knew his way around the mountains. His legs were muscled from years of climbing steep terrain, and his lungs had adapted to the thin air of high altitudes. Ötzi was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of those annoyingly fit people who post photos from their weekend hikes. The scientists examining him were like detectives with the ultimate cold case, literally. Every inch of Ötzi's body told a story, and these researchers were determined to read every chapter. They discovered he had brown eyes and brown hair, though the hair was more of a memory by the time he was found. He also sported what might have been Europe's first man bun, because apparently some fashion choices are truly timeless. But here's where things get really interesting, and slightly uncomfortable if you happen to be squeamish about ancient medical procedures. Ötzi was covered in tattoos. Not the kind you might get after a few too many drinks in college, but deliberate, purposeful. These markings served a very different function. These weren't artistic expressions or symbols of rebellion. They were therapeutic tattoos, placed precisely over areas where Ötzi suffered from arthritis and other ailments. Imagine that. 5,300 years ago, people were already practicing a form of acupuncture that involved permanent body modification. Ötzi had 61 of these therapeutic tattoos, created by making small cuts in his skin and rubbing charcoal into the wounds. It's like ancient pain management, with a permanent reminder of every ache and pain you've ever had. Modern medicine cannot match the commitment level found in Copper Age healthcare. The contents of Ötzi's stomach read like a prehistoric meal plan that would make modern nutritionists weep with envy. His last meal included ibex meat, red deer, grains, and various plants. Basically, he was eating organic, free-range, locally sourced food long before it became trendy. No processed foods, no artificial preservatives, just pure mountain-to-table dining. Considering the circumstances of his death, one could argue that his final meal resembled a Last Supper, more than a carefully planned nutritional choice. Scientists also discovered that Ötzi wasn't just a random wanderer who got caught in bad weather. The man had serious gear. His equipment list reads like the inventory of a well-prepared outdoor enthusiast: a copper axe with a U-handle, a flint knife, a bow made of yew wood, a quiver full of arrows, and a fire-starting kit complete with tinder fungus. He even had a first aid kit of sorts, including what appears to be prehistoric aspirin made from birch fungus. Perhaps most remarkably, Ötzi was wearing what can only be described as the ancient world's most sophisticated outdoor clothing system. His outfit included a leather loincloth, leather leggings, a coat made of woven grass, a bearskin cap, and waterproof shoes stuffed with grass for insulation. It was essentially a 5,300-year-old version of high-tech mountaineering gear, designed by someone who understood that staying warm and dry was the difference between life and death in the mountains. As you settle deeper into your evening routine, consider this. Ötzi's belongings represent some of humanity's earliest examples of specialized tools and clothing designed for extreme environments. He wasn't just surviving in the mountains, he was thriving there, equipped with everything he needed to navigate one of the world's most challenging terrains. Pull that blanket a little closer, because we're about to discuss the darker side of Ötzi's story. What started as a remarkable tale of preservation became something much more sinister when scientists began to examine exactly how our mountain man met his end. For years following his discovery, researchers believed he had succumbed to exposure due to a sudden storm. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. The mountains are unpredictable, and even experienced travellers can find themselves in deadly situations when the weather turns nasty. But as technology advanced and scientists could examine Ötzi more thoroughly, they discovered something that changed everything. An arrowhead lodged beneath his left shoulder blade. This wasn't death by misadventure, this was murder. Someone had shot Ötzi in the back with an arrow, and that shooter had done so with deadly precision. The arrow had severed a major artery, causing Ötzi to bleed to death on that lonely mountain pass. Suddenly, the find wasn't just an archaeological discovery, it was a 5,300-year-old homicide case. The plot thickened when scientists examined Ötzi's hands and found fresh cuts on his palms and fingers. These weren't old scars from years of mountain living, they were recent wounds, suggesting that Ötzi had been in a fight shortly before his death. Someone had attacked him, he had fought back, and ultimately he had lost. The evidence painted a picture of a man who'd been running for his life through the mountains, only to be cornered and killed by his pursuer. But who would want to kill Ötzi? And why? At this point, the narrative becomes as intricate as a mist-covered mountain trail. Scientists discovered that Ötzi's copper axe was remarkably advanced for its time, the kind of tool that would have been extremely valuable in the Copper Age. Some researchers theorize that Ötzi might have been a trader, carrying precious goods across the mountain passes that connected different communities. Perhaps he was robbed and killed for his valuable possessions. Others suggest that Ötzi might have been fleeing from tribal conflict. The Copper Age wasn't exactly known for its peaceful dispute resolution methods, and territorial battles were as common as modern traffic jams. Maybe Ötzi belonged to a group that had lost a war, and he was trying to escape to safety when his enemies caught up with him. There's even a theory that Ötzi might have been some kind of shaman or spiritual leader, targeted because of his special status in society. Those therapeutic tattoos and his knowledge of medicinal plants suggest someone who understood healing arts, perhaps making him a person of significant importance in his community. Political conflicts often caught spiritual leaders in the crossfire in ancient societies. The most intriguing aspect of Ötzi's murder is what happened after he died. Whoever killed him made no attempt to retrieve the valuable copper axe or any of his other possessions. Suggests either that the killer was interrupted, or that the murder wasn't motivated by robbery. Maybe it was personal, maybe it was revenge, maybe it was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time 5,300 years ago. What's particularly haunting is how quickly Ötzi was covered by snow and ice after his death. The mountain conditions essentially freeze-dried him within hours or days of his shooting, preserving him perfectly for over 5 millennia. His killer probably never imagined that their victim would one day become famous, studied by scientists around the world, and featured in museums and documentaries. The ancient crime scene also revealed something else intriguing. Ötzi had been positioned carefully after his death. His body was found lying on its stomach with his left arm extended, almost as if someone had arranged him that way. Whether the arranging was done by his killer or by natural processes as he fell remains a mystery that adds another layer to an already complex story. As you contemplate this ancient mystery from the comfort of your modern world, remember that human nature hasn't changed much over the millennia. The same emotions that drive conflict today, greed, jealousy, fear, and revenge, were just as powerful 5,300 years ago. Ötzi's story reminds us that even in the most remote and beautiful places on Earth, human drama has always found a way to unfold. Let's take a break from the mystery and travel back in time to understand what life was actually like during Ötzi's era. Imagine waking up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to verify the weather, you step outside and read the sky like an open book, because your life literally depends on getting the forecast right. Ötzi lived during what archaeologists call the Copper Age, a time when humans were just beginning to figure out that certain rocks, when heated just right, could produce shiny, malleable metal. It was like the early days of any new technology, exciting, experimental, and occasionally explosive. While most people were still using stone tools, the copper axe found with Ötzi represented cutting-edge technology. He was essentially carrying around the iPhone of his era, if iPhones were made of copper and used primarily for chopping wood and defending yourself from both wild animals and unfriendly neighbours. The world Ötzi inhabited was simultaneously more dangerous and more beautiful than anything we can easily imagine today. There were no roads, no maps, no GPS systems, just animal trails, word-of-mouth directions, and an intimate knowledge of natural landmarks passed down through generations. Getting lost wasn't just inconvenient, it could be fatal. Yet people like Ötzi regularly travelled hundreds of miles through some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, guided by nothing more than experience, instinct, and probably a healthy dose of courage. His community would have been small, perhaps no more than a few dozen people living together in a settlement that might relocate seasonally depending on food availability and weather conditions. Everyone knew everyone else, and privacy was probably about as rare as a hot shower. Your neighbours weren't just the people next door. They were your survival network, your entertainment system, your medical team, and your security force all rolled into one occasionally irritating but absolutely essential package. Food was whatever you could hunt, gather, grow, or trade for, and meal planning required skills that would make modern survival show contestants weep. Ötzi's people had domesticated some animals, sheep, goats, and cattle, but hunting still provided much of their protein. They cultivated grains such as einkorn, wheat, and barley, and they collected wild fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants with a depth of knowledge that would embarrass modern botanists. Every plant had a purpose, every season brought different opportunities, and nothing edible was ever wasted. Clothing was entirely handmade from materials you either raised, hunted, or gathered yourself. Ötzi's sophisticated outfit represented countless hours of work by skilled craftspeople who understood exactly what was needed to survive in harsh mountain conditions. His grass cloak alone would have required specialised knowledge of which grasses provide the best insulation and waterproofing, plus the weaving skills to turn raw materials into functional garments. It was like wearing a custom-made technical climbing suit, except it took months to create, and couldn't be replaced with a quick trip to the outdoor gear store. Medicine was a combination of practical knowledge, plant-based remedies, and what we might charitably call experimental procedures. Those therapeutic tattoos covering Ötzi's body weren't just ancient acupuncture. They represented a sophisticated understanding of pain management and the willingness to try permanent body modification as treatment. When your back ached from years of carrying heavy loads over mountain terrain, you didn't pop an ibuprofen. You had someone cut patterns into your skin and rub charcoal into the wounds, hoping it would provide relief. The spiritual world was as real and immediate as the physical one. Stories, rituals, and relationships with supernatural forces helped us understand natural phenomena that we explain with science. Mountains, rivers, weather patterns, and animal behaviours all held meaning beyond their practical implications. Ötzi's journey through the mountains wasn't just a physical expedition. It was a spiritual passage through a landscape alive with powers and presences that demanded respect and careful navigation. Perhaps most remarkably, people like Ötzi possessed a kind of environmental literacy that's almost extinct in our modern world. They could read animal tracks like stories, predict weather changes from subtle shifts in wind direction, identify edible and medicinal plants by touch in complete darkness, and navigate vast distances using only natural landmarks. Their minds were libraries of practical knowledge, accumulated over lifetimes of careful observation, and passed down through generations of oral tradition. As you rest in your comfortable, climate-controlled environment tonight, consider what it must have been like to live so intimately connected to the natural world that your survival depended on understanding its every mood and movement. Now, let's dim the lights a bit more and explore how modern science transformed Ötzi from a curious discovery into a treasure trove of information about ancient life. It's like having a conversation with someone from 5,300 years ago, except instead of words, they're speaking through DNA, isotopes, and microscopic traces of pollen. When scientists began studying Ötzi, they had to invent entirely new ways of extracting information from ancient remains without destroying them. Imagine trying to read a book that's so fragile it might crumble if you look at it too hard, but you know it contains secrets that could rewrite history. Every test had to be planned meticulously, every sample precious and irreplaceable. The first breakthrough came from studying the contents of Ötzi's digestive system, essentially giving him a posthumous medical exam that would make even the most thorough doctor jealous. Scientists could identify exactly what he had eaten and when, creating a timeline of his final hours that read like a prehistoric travel itinerary. His last meal of ibex meat and unleavened bread told them he had stopped to eat in the valleys before climbing to the pass where he died. Even more remarkably, they found hop hornbeam pollen in his stomach, which only flowers in spring, helping to pinpoint not just where he had been, but when he had been there. Isotope analysis opened up another dimension of detective work that would make Sherlock Holmes green with envy. By studying the ratios of different chemical elements in Ötzi's teeth, bones and hair, scientists could map out his movements over the years and months before his death, like a GPS tracking system that worked across millennia. They discovered he had spent his childhood in one valley, lived as an adult in another, and had travelled extensively throughout the region. His body was essentially a chemical passport, stamped with the signature of every place he had lived and every source of water he had drunk. DNA analysis revealed even more personal details about our ancient mountain man. Scientists determined that Ötzi had brown eyes and type O blood, and that he was probably lactose intolerant, meaning he couldn't drink milk without some uncomfortable consequences. They also discovered he carried genetic markers associated with increased risk of heart disease, which might explain why his arteries showed signs of atherosclerosis despite his active lifestyle. Even 5,300 years ago, genetics was playing its role in human health. Perhaps most fascinatingly, researchers were able to extract and study bacteria from Ötzi's stomach, discovering that he carried a strain of Helicobacter pylori that's most closely related to Asian populations. This tiny detail provided evidence for ancient migration patterns and trade connections that linked Europe to Asia thousands of years before the Silk Road became famous. Ötzi's gut bacteria were telling a story about human movement and cultural exchange that spanned continents. The analysis of Ötzi's clothing and equipment revealed sophisticated technologies that challenged assumptions about Copper Age capabilities. His leather was processed using complex tanning methods, his textiles showed advanced weaving techniques, and his tools demonstrated metalworking skills that were more sophisticated than previously thought possible for the time period. Each item represented not just individual craftsmanship but complex supply chains and specialized knowledge networks that connected communities across vast distances. CT scans and 3D imaging allowed scientists to examine Ötzi's internal structure without causing any damage to his remains. They could see healed fractures from old injuries, evidence of arthritis in his joints, and the exact path of the arrow that killed him. It was like performing an autopsy with the most advanced medical technology available, but on someone who had died before the invention of writing. The forensic analysis of his murder became increasingly sophisticated as technology advanced. Scientists could determine the type of bow used to shoot him, the direction from which the arrow came, and even estimate how long he survived after being wounded. They found traces of blood from 4 different people on his weapons and clothing, suggesting that Ötzi had been involved in multiple conflicts shortly before his death. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had fought several battles, treated his wounds, and then climbed into the mountains, where he was finally ambushed and killed. Most remarkably, advances in ancient DNA research have allowed scientists to identify living relatives of Ötzi. Through genetic analysis of modern populations in the Alps, they've found people who share genetic markers with our 5,300-year-old Iceman. It's as if Ötzi reached across 5 millennia to tap someone on the shoulder and say, "Hey, we're family." As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how this intersection of cutting-edge science and ancient mystery has allowed us to know Ötzi more intimately than we know most people from just a few centuries ago. Modern technology has made him more real, more human, and more relatable than any historical figure who left behind only written records. As we near the end of our journey with Ötzi, let's explore how this ancient mountain man has become one of the most famous people who never lived to see his celebrity status. From his refrigerated home in an Italian museum to his appearances in documentaries, books, and even video games, Ötzi has achieved a kind of immortality that would probably bewilder him if he could understand it. The South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy, has become Ötzi's permanent address, a far cry from the nomadic lifestyle he once knew. He rests in a specially designed cold chamber that maintains the exact temperature and humidity conditions needed to preserve his remains, essentially living in a high-tech version of the glacial conditions that saved him for over 5 millennia. Visitors from around the world line up to peer through a small window at this ancient celebrity, making Ötzi probably the most viewed person who died before the invention of agriculture. But Ötzi's influence extends far beyond museum walls. He has revolutionized our understanding of Copper Age life, proving that our ancestors were far more sophisticated, mobile, and technologically advanced than previously imagined. Before Ötzi, many archaeologists assumed that people from his era lived in small, isolated communities with limited technology and little long-distance travel. Ötzi shattered those assumptions with his advanced equipment, evidence of extensive travel, and sophisticated medical treatments. His impact on medical research has been particularly profound. Those therapeutic tattoos have inspired modern studies of the relationship between acupuncture points and areas of chronic pain. Some researchers believe Ötzi's tattoos correspond remarkably well with traditional Chinese acupuncture maps, suggesting that ancient healing traditions might have been more widespread and sophisticated than previously thought. It's as if Ötzi was carrying around a 5,300-year-old medical textbook written on his skin. The forensic techniques developed to study Ötzi have advanced archaeological methods worldwide. The careful, non-destructive analysis methods pioneered with his remains are now standard practice for examining other ancient discoveries. Every mummy, every preserved remain, and every ancient artifact that gets discovered today benefits from the scientific techniques refined through decades of Ötzi research. He pioneered an entire field of study, and his contributions to archaeological methodology continue to yield benefits with each new discovery. Environmental scientists have used Ötzi's story to understand ancient climate patterns and glacier behaviour. His discovery site has become a natural laboratory for studying how climate change affects alpine environments. The fact that Ötzi emerged from the ice in 1991 after being hidden for over 5 millennia tells us something significant about warming temperatures and changing glacier patterns. Strangely, Ötzi's emergence from the ice serves as a dramatic illustration of environmental change, making him a spokesman for climate awareness. The legal implications of Ötzi's discovery created international precedents for handling archaeological finds that cross national borders. Found on the border between Austria and Italy, Ötzi's ownership became a diplomatic issue that required careful negotiation. The resolution that he belongs to Italy but with special provisions for international research collaboration has become a model for managing similar discoveries around the world. Ötzi has also become a cultural icon, inspiring everything from novels and documentaries to children's books and video games. National Geographic specials, BBC documentaries, and numerous educational programs have featured him. There's something about his story that captures the imagination, perhaps because he represents both our connection to the ancient world and our fascination with mysteries that can be solved through science. The ethical questions surrounding Ötzi's display and study have sparked important discussions about the treatment of human remains in archaeological research. How do we balance scientific inquiry with respect for the dead? What rights do ancient people have in our modern world? These questions don't have easy answers, but Ötzi's case has helped establish guidelines that now influence how archaeologists approach similar discoveries worldwide. Perhaps most significantly, Ötzi has made the ancient world feel accessible and human in ways that pottery shards and stone tools never could. Through him, we can imagine what it felt like to live 5,300 years ago, the daily challenges, the sophisticated knowledge required for survival, the dangers of travel, and the ever-present reality that life could end suddenly and violently. He's not just a specimen, he's a person whose story resonates across the millennia. Educational programs around the world use Ötzi's story to teach everything from ancient history to modern forensic science. Students who might perceive archaeology dry and dusty suddenly become engaged when they learn about the man who emerged from the ice with a full complement of gear and a mystery that scientists are still solving. He's become the ultimate teaching tool for demonstrating how much we can learn from careful scientific analysis. As you prepare for sleep, consider how Ötzi has bridged the vast gap between the ancient and modern worlds, making the distant past feel immediate and personal in ways that few archaeological discoveries ever achieve. As our evening journey with Ötzi draws to a close, let's settle in for some final reflections on what his remarkable story means for us today, and how this ancient mountain man continues to whisper secrets about human nature across the vast expanse of time. There's something profoundly moving about Ötzi's story that goes beyond the scientific discoveries and forensic mysteries. This man lived and died in a world so different from ours that it might as well have been another planet, yet his remains show that the fundamental experiences of being human haven't changed as much as we think. He felt pain and sought relief through those therapeutic tattoos. He prepared carefully for dangerous journeys, carrying everything he might need to survive. He faced violence and fought back. He died far from home, alone on a mountain pass, but his story would eventually reach millions of people who would come to know him more intimately than they know most of their contemporaries. The mountains that preserved Ötzi for over 5 millennia serve as a poignant metaphor for the relationship between human ambition and natural forces. He was travelling through some of the most spectacular and dangerous terrain on Earth, armed with nothing more than Copper Age technology and accumulated wisdom about survival in extreme conditions. The same mountains that killed him also saved his story for posterity, turning him into an accidental time traveller who could teach us about both ancient life and our own human nature. Modern visitors to the Ötztal Alps often follow hiking routes that pass near where Ötzi was discovered. They carry GPS devices, wear high-tech clothing, and have emergency rescue services available if things go wrong. Yet they're essentially doing the same thing Ötzi was doing 5,300 years ago, challenging themselves against the mountains, seeking adventure, and perhaps seeking some deeper connection with the natural world. The technology changes, but the human impulse to explore and test ourselves remains constant. Scientists continue to study Ötzi, and new discoveries emerge regularly as technology advances. Each new discovery enriches his story and contributes to the understanding of ancient life. Recent research has revealed more about his diet, his travels, his health, and even his family relationships. It's as if we're slowly getting to know him better, year by year, building a relationship with someone who died 53 centuries ago, but whose story grows more complete with each passing season. The mystery of Ötzi's murder may never be completely solved, and perhaps that's fitting. Some questions are more powerful than their answers, and the uncertainty surrounding his death allows us to project our understanding of human nature onto his story. Was he a victim of random violence, a casualty of ancient warfare, or the target of a personal vendetta? Each possibility reveals something different about how we understand conflict, survival, and the challenges of life in harsh environments. What remains constant is Ötzi's humanity. Through all the scientific analysis and forensic investigation, what emerges most clearly is the portrait of a real person who faced real challenges with intelligence, preparation, and courage. His meticulous attention to equipment and clothing demonstrates a person who understands the importance of details when survival hinges on preparation. His willingness to travel through dangerous terrain suggests either necessity or adventure-seeking that would be familiar to anyone who's ever taken a calculated risk. His evidence of past injuries and ongoing health problems reveals someone who persevered through pain and physical challenges. The therapeutic tattoos covering his body tell perhaps the most human story of all, the eternal quest to obtain relief from chronic pain and discomfort. In our modern world of advanced pharmaceuticals and medical procedures, we sometimes forget that humans have always sought ways to ease suffering and improve quality of life. Ötzi's tattoos represent a kind of ancient hope, the belief that marking and treating the body could provide relief from the aches and pains of a physically demanding life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine Ötzi on his final journey through the mountains, carrying his carefully crafted tools and wearing his precisely designed clothing, unaware that he was about to become one of the most famous people in human history. Picture him pausing to rest in the high Alpine meadows, perhaps sharing a meal with fellow travellers, maybe gazing at the same stars that shine down on us today. Even with the most advanced technology, we can't fully understand the mysteries and complexities of every human life, as his story reminds us. We know more about Ötzi's daily life, his health, his diet and his movements than we know about most people who lived just a few hundred years ago. Yet the essential mystery of who he was, his thoughts, his dreams, his fears, his hopes, remains as unknowable as ever. In the end, Ötzi's greatest gift to us might not be the scientific knowledge he's provided, or the archaeological methods his study has advanced. It might simply be the reminder that human stories matter, that individual lives have meaning that can echo across millennia, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries come from the most unexpected places. A chance encounter with melting ice revealed a man whose story would captivate the world, proving that history isn't just about kings and battles and monuments. It's about real people facing real challenges with whatever tools and wisdom they could gather. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the Italian Alps, Ötzi rests in his climate-controlled chamber, still guarding secrets we haven't yet learned to ask about, still teaching us what it means to be human in a world that's both dangerous and beautiful, still wandering the mountains in our imagination as surely as he once wandered them in life. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the Druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aid stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions. All eyes turned to Aed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Aed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Aed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Aed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Aed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Aed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the Druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide. Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. I will remember, Bran, he promised earnestly. I will honour this responsibility with every breath. Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. Then your journey has truly begun. Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the Druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing, and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. Tonight, Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure. Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people. With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky, and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips, Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said. "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the Druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in Druidic lore, rituals and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the third floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition, and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our old border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes, and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. It is time, Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, as France bleeds, the king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles. I am a girl who cannot read, I answered. I've never held a sword. Yet you will lead armies, Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. You were chosen before birth, Margaret added, not for your knowledge, but for your heart. As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. "Go to Vaucouleurs," they commanded. "Speak to Robert de Baudricourt." I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. "What exactly will you say to him?" he finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, "What God wishes me to say." Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. "The Heavenly Lord has messages concerning the welfare of France," I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. "Return to your father, child," he said. "Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories." I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded, but I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. "I have no power to bless," I told a woman who brought her feverish child. "I am only a messenger." Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. "You claim heaven speaks to you," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not claims, truth." The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. "Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days." I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I was to enter his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. "If the story proves true," he began. "When it proves true," I corrected, "you will provide me an escort to Chinon." He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my 3rd visit, he listened fully. I must dress as a man, I explained. The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue. What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Le Royer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, two of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes, curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy..." He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. "The wind shifted," Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Joan asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. Voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Boursin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek." "What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed. He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences. When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches. Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin. Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. I am not the king, he protested, maintaining the charade. I did not call you king, I answered. You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims as is God's will. The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. If you truly come from God, he said quietly, tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal. I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you. Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude, that I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. Perhaps, I replied evenly, but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognise disguised kings? During these weeks of examination I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. Time slips away, Michael warned. France's heart weakens with each passing day. I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. The maid makes bold claims, he told Charles within my hearing, yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear. Prophecies may be cheap, I countered, but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom. Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. There is a sword meant for me, I explained to Charles, buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time. Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged. "But remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignolles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumbered David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. "You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury." The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Boucher, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that the first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. Does it hurt terribly? She asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. Less than fear hurts this city, I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. They attack the eastern gate, he stated without preamble. Now! I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. What happens? She asked. Eastern gate was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Loup, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us? I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. Forward! God has delivered them into our hands. The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Loup had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger? I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless? Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognized the changing mood among troops. We sought only to spare you the technical details, he offered diplomatically. Spare me nothing, I countered. I was not sent to be spared, but to lead. The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault, Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the archbishop, received sacred anointing from the holy ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Domremy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented, silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Reims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisors favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orleans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. "I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself." "Yet God chose you," she countered. "That distinction itself makes you extraordinary." This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The Maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises Heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his counsellor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that Heaven would provide necessary advantage. "God will blind their gunners," I promised troops assembled for the assault. "Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart." The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orleans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. The maid accomplished what God sent her to do, he explained smoothly. Orléans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery. You speak for heaven now, I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil. Charles regarded me with a complex emotion, gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. France's restoration will require years, not months, he said gently. Even heaven must recognise earthly limitations. This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimise his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, Viro," came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cives, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. I am worth more alive for ransom than dead, I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialise. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of Heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended? I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints. News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognising my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented, divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison, rather than ecclesiastical custody normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. "Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace?" Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. "If I am not, may God put me there," I replied, after a moment's thought. "If I am, may God keep me there." This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. "Will I burn?" I asked directly during one night's prayer. "The body is temporary," Catherine answered gently. "What matters is truth maintained until the end." On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen's streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. "Jesus!" I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. "Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins." The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges, yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orleans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orleans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me." Let me tell you about a boy who would grow up to touch the ceiling of the most famous chapel in the world. Imagine yourself relaxing in a cosy chair on a calm evening. He was born on March 6th, 1475, in the small hillside town of Caprese, where the morning mist clung to old stone houses like slumbering cats. His name was Michelangelo Buonarroti, but his friends just called him Michel. Do you know how certain things appeal to certain kids? While some people chase butterflies and others adore books, young Michel had a peculiar obsession. He was gathering pebbles and examining their shapes, turning them over in his tiny hands as if they were secrets, while other 6-year-olds were playing with wooden toys. His father, Lodovico, was a local magistrate. Think of him as the town's official paper pusher, and he had grand plans for his son that definitely didn't involve getting dusty with the rocks. When Michel was little, the family relocated to Florence, which would later serve as both his inspiration and playground. In the 1480s, Florence was more than just a city. It was like living inside a jewellery box with ideas and art glistening on every surface. The Medici family ruled there as wealthy patrons who collected artists in the same way that some people collect rare coins. But they were not kings. When Michel was just 6 years old, his mother Francesca passed away. Children are shaped by loss. Sometimes it pushes them towards something bigger, and other times it makes them retreat inward. It appeared to do both for Michel. He grew quieter and more perceptive, spending hours observing stonemasons fix structures because he was captivated by their ability to bend hard marble. In an attempt to guide him toward a respectable career in banking or government, his father enrolled him in grammar school. Michel, however, had different plans. He would doodle in the margins of his books instead of focusing on Latin conjugations, creating intricate drawings of hands, faces, and the way light fell across a windowsill. Michel couldn't help himself, but his teachers weren't amused. For him, creating art was more than just a hobby, it was a way of life. At the age of 13, Michel joined Domenico Ghirlandaio, one of Florence's most prosperous painters, as an apprentice, defying his father's wishes and likely amid some heated family disputes. You can appreciate Lodovico's horror if you can picture your adolescent today declaring they're dropping out to pursue a career as a street artist. However, as is often the case with future geniuses, Michel was obstinate. The Ghirlandaio workshop resembled an art factory from the Renaissance. Apprentices prepared canvases, ground pigments, and picked up skills by imitating the master's methods. For Michel, painting was a bit confining, but most boys were excited to eventually paint a small portion of a larger piece. Because of the three-dimensional challenge of bringing life from inanimate stone, he continued to gravitate towards sculpture. His story takes an intriguing turn at this point. In his gardens, Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, had established a sort of art academy. Young artists could study classical sculpture and receive instruction from the best at this experimental school. Michel was invited to join after Lorenzo's scouts saw his work. The boy who had been gathering pebbles was now touching marble that had been carved before the birth of Christ and strolling through gardens brimming with statues from ancient Rome. It was like winning the Renaissance lottery to live in the Medici household. Ideas crackled in the air like logs on a fire, poets recited new verses, and philosophers debated at the tables where you ate. Even though Michel was only 15 and still developing his lanky frame, he was taking in everything: the art, the conversations, and the realization that people could make beautiful things that would last. He once carved a sleeping Cupid that was so realistic and expertly done that someone proposed artificially aging it and marketing it as an antique Roman item. The strategy was successful, until the buyer realized the fraud. The collector, however, was impressed rather than incensed. Who was this young person capable of deceiving professionals? At that moment, Michel became aware of a significant aspect of himself. He was not merely talented, but exceptionally so. This type of talent only occurs perhaps once every generation. Like learning you can fly but not being sure you want to take off, it was both exhilarating and terrifying. As you go to sleep tonight, visualize that young man standing among marble statues in those Medici gardens, his hands already smeared with stone dust, his mind racing with ideas he had not yet been able to grasp. When Michel was 21 years old and packing his few possessions for Rome in 1496, he felt as though the world was waiting for him. His school had been Florence, but Rome was the birthplace of legends and the making of reputations. Imagine him travelling toward the city that had ruled the world on that dusty road, most likely on a borrowed horse, with his sketchbook securely tucked away in his saddlebag. In the late 1400s, Rome resembled a huge archaeological site where people continued to live and work. There were pieces of the ancient empire everywhere you looked. Walls constructed from stones that had seen Caesar's victories, marble statues without arms but still exuding strength, and broken columns supporting tavern roofs. It was like entering paradise for an artist who was enamoured with classical beauty. A French cardinal who wanted something unique for his tomb gave Michel his first significant commission. The young sculptor proposed a Pietà, Mary holding the dead Christ, and spent months sketching, studying anatomy, and preparing for what would become his masterpiece. The problem with marble, however, is that it is not forgiving of errors. A bad cut cannot be repaired or erased. Each chisel stroke is a tiny act of faith. He spent whole days in the workshop working on the Pietà like a man possessed, coming out with marble dust under his fingernails and in his hair. The tenderness of the sculpture he made was revolutionary. Michel carved Mary and Christ as though they were actual people, caught in a moment of great sorrow and grace, in contrast to the conventional medieval style that made figures appear rigid and symbolic. However, something annoying occurred when the piece was revealed. After admiring it, visitors would inquire, "Who carved this?" and shake their heads incredulously when informed that it was a young man from Florence. One night, Michel did something he would never do again in his career. He sneaked back and carved his name directly on Mary's sash, saying, "Michelangelo Buonarroti, Florentine, made this." Like a Renaissance graffiti artist claiming credit, it's funny to imagine this future universe master sneaking around St. Peter's Basilica in the dark with his chisel. However, it was successful. Everyone in Rome was suddenly aware of Michelangelo's identity after the Pietà established his reputation. He also produced his well-known sculpture of the Roman wine god, Bacchus, around this period. Now, the majority of artists depicted Bacchus as a godlike and dignified figure, but Michel had a different vision. His Bacchus has the soft body of someone who has had too much good living, and he appears to be a little inebriated, swaying a little. It was witty and clever, demonstrating that Michel was aware of human nature, even when he was portraying gods. The achievement presented new difficulties. Rich customers started vying for his attention by paying progressively higher prices for his sculptures. Michel, however, was picky about his commissions. He desired projects that would challenge his abilities and allow him to test the limits of what marble could accomplish, not just financial gain. Representatives from Florence showed up one day with an interesting proposal. A huge block of marble that had been there for decades was in the city. After a few attempts, earlier sculptors had abandoned it, claiming it was defective and useless. The Florentines pondered whether Michel would want to look. The block would have to be moved back to Florence because it was so big, 17 feet high. Like a physician examining a patient, Michel studied the marble. He walked around it, felt its surface with his hands, and examined the cuts and grain. He saw potential where other sculptors saw problems. He could already picture the figure imprisoned inside, awaiting release, in his imagination. This commission would become David. It wasn't just any commission. Months passed during the negotiations. Michel desired a suitable workspace, sufficient compensation, and total creative control. The city officials agreed to everything, possibly believing that someone would solve their marble problem. They were unaware that they were commissioning the world's most well-known sculpture. Michel took a final stroll through the historic streets of Rome as he got ready to head back to Florence. He was departing as a master, having arrived as a budding young artist. He had learned from the Eternal City that beauty could endure centuries of conflict and turmoil, that art could transcend empires, and that a talented hand could transform stone into a language that would endure forever. As you drift off to sleep tonight, picture Michel, already seeing David's face in his dreams, loading that massive block of marble onto a cart. Those times when everything in your life falls into place, when all of your knowledge and abilities come together to work on the ideal project at the ideal moment, have a certain allure. That moment for Michel, who is now 26 and back in Florence, was when he first saw the enormous block of marble that would eventually become David. The marble had a fascinating backstory. Decades before, it had been taken from Carrara and used to make a sculpture of David for Florence Cathedral. 2 previous sculptors had attempted it. Agostino di Duccio had started carving but abandoned it, and Antonio Rossellino had been commissioned to continue but also gave up. By 1501, the block, which the locals called the Giant, had devolved into a public disgrace, akin to a costly piece of exercise equipment collecting dust in a corner. In order to safeguard his work and his privacy, Michel constructed a wooden shelter around the marble in the cathedral courtyard, where he set up his workshop. This was his world for the next 3 years. He would get there before the sun came up and work until it went out, frequently skipping meals. City officials defended their investment despite complaints from the neighbours about the continuous tapping of a chisel on stone. They had a sneaking suspicion that something extraordinary was taking place behind those wooden walls. Reimagining a well-known tale was more important to David's creation than technical proficiency. Earlier artists had depicted David standing over Goliath's severed head following his victory. Michel, however, saw things differently. His David is shown just before the fight, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixed on the approaching giant, a young man mustering the will to fight an impossible battle. David represented everyone who had ever had to overcome insurmountable odds, which in plague-stricken, war-torn Renaissance Italy meant almost everyone. The physical difficulties were tremendous. The marble weighed more than 6 tons and stood 17 feet tall. Michel had to climb ladders and scaffolding, constantly changing his perspective in order to check his proportions. He devised a method for creating tiny wax models and then enlarging them, applying mathematical ratios to translate his concepts onto the enormous stone. There were disadvantages to working alone. On some days, when a certain muscle wouldn't look right, or the marble showed an unexpected flaw, doubt would creep in like morning fog. At times, Michel would dedicate whole days to carving and recarving a single finger, until it reached the level of perfection he had imagined. His hands were permanently discoloured, his back hurt from looking up all the time, and he became known for being antisocial, though this was partially due to the fact that he simply had no time for socialising. It was a slow breakthrough. Months went by, and David's shape appeared on the stone like a sunrise cresting hills. The fundamental form came first, followed by the definition of the muscles and features, and lastly the amazing detail that gave the appearance of living flesh to marble. Michel focused particularly on David's eyes, which still appear to track movement, and his hands, which were large to highlight his humanity and resolve. By 1504, word had gotten out that something extraordinary was taking place in that workshop in Florence. The response was swift and overwhelming when David was finally unveiled by officials. Crowds of citizens gathered merely to gaze. To learn the technique, artists travelled from all over Italy. Even people who knew nothing about art could sense they were seeing something that would outlive them all. But then came a delightful problem. Where to put a 17-foot naked man? David was supposed to be positioned high on the cathedral, but the sculpture was too magnificent to be concealed on a rooftop. The placement was discussed by a commission of citizens and artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, who had his own views. As a representation of the power of the Republic, some wanted David to stand in front of the Palazzo Vecchio. Others favoured a more secure area. The topic of politics came up. Like David and Goliath, Florence was a republic encircled by hostile territories. The sculpture came to represent democratic principles opposing oppression. When David was eventually erected in front of the Palazzo Vecchio, it was both an artistic and a political statement. The installation was a feat of engineering. Using an intricate system of ropes and wooden rollers, 40 men moved David the half-mile from the workshop to the piazza over the course of 4 days. The procession turned into an unplanned celebration of civic pride as people gathered in the streets to watch. Michel, who is now 29, had given Florence an icon in addition to a sculpture. In addition to his artistic accomplishments, David embodied the Renaissance belief that anyone could achieve anything with talent, bravery, and willpower. As you fall asleep, imagine the moment when the scaffolding was finally taken down and David was standing there in all his splendour, prepared to take on any giants the world might send. Something happens that completely upends everything you believe to be true about yourself, just when you think life has settled into a comfortable pattern. Pope Julius II, who combined the artistic aspirations of Lorenzo de' Medici, the temperament of a Renaissance warlord, and the spiritual authority of the papacy, was the source of that disruption for Michel. In order to design and sculpt a massive tomb that would rival the monuments of the ancient emperors, Julius had called Michel to Rome. With dozens of figures adorning the 3-story marble masterpiece, Michel spent months making models and drawings. His sculpture legacy would be the work of a lifetime. Then Julius had second thoughts. Imagine Michel's annoyance. Your guests decide they would rather have pizza after you've prepared the perfect dinner party, purchased all the necessary supplies, and begun cooking. The Pope was the guest in this instance, though, and you couldn't exactly dispute papal authority. Julius came up with a novel idea. He wanted Michel to paint the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. Michel objected, "But I'm a sculptor." And he was correct. He had little experience painting, and he'd never tried anything as large as Julius had in mind. 68 feet above the ground, the Sistine Chapel's ceiling covered more than 5,000 square feet of curved surface. Lying on your back would be like painting the interior of a cathedral. Michel's worries didn't interest Julius. Discussions were short and obedience was expected when the Pope made a request. According to some historians, Bramante, the Pope's architect, suggested Michel for the project despite the fact that it was all but impossible, possibly in the hopes that the sculptor would falter and withdraw from the race for Julius's favour. If that's the case, they misjudged Michel's stubbornness. In 1508, Michel was 33 years old and looking up at a ceiling that seemed to go on forever, trying to figure out how to turn plain plaster into the most amazing painted surface in Christian art. He would have to come up with ways to paint above without getting blinded by paint dripping in his eyes, design scaffolding that wouldn't collapse, and somehow come up with a cohesive composition that made sense from 68 feet below. The topic was just as intimidating. Julius wanted prophets, sibyls, and hundreds of other characters to surround scenes from Genesis, such as the creation of the world, Adam and Eve, and Noah's flood. It was more than just a painting. It was a comprehensive theological program that had to function as both separate scenes and a cohesive whole. Reasoning that he would begin the story chronologically, Michel started with the flood scene. However, it was extremely challenging to work overhead while lying on scaffolding. His neck ached from the awkward position, paint dripped continuously, and the figures he thought were flawless up close looked warped down from floor level. He struggled for weeks before scraping everything off and starting over. This time, working backward through Genesis, he started with God distinguishing between light and darkness. He created clever methods, such as thickening his paint mixtures to minimise dripping, making cartoon templates to project designs onto the ceiling, and modifying proportions to take the viewing angle into consideration. Most significantly, he discovered that the ceiling was an architectural space that could give the impression of depth and movement rather than a flat surface. The work took up all of his time. During his 4 years as a painter, he frequently worked by himself in the chapel after dark, using only candles for illumination. Every brushstroke of those magnificent figures was created by his hand, but his assistants prepared the paints and cartoons. His own lamentable poem about becoming a hunchback from looking up all the time describes the chronic neck and back pain he developed that would follow him for the rest of his life. Psychological pressure matched the physical toll. Julius would show up out of the blue, scaling the scaffolding to check on progress and give unsolicited advice. The Pope was impatient, constantly asking when the work would be finished. Michel almost got hit with Julius's walking stick for his well-known reply, "When it's finished." But over time, magic occurred. Figures of amazing beauty and strength started to emerge from the ceiling. His god wasn't the distant, symbolic deity of medieval art, but a dynamic creator sweeping through space with cosmic energy. The most well-known gesture in art history is Adam's awakening touch. The flat ceiling became a vision of heaven, as the prophets and sibyls appeared to occupy actual architectural spaces. The way all of these components came together was the most amazing accomplishment. Visitors could follow the creation story while being awed by the individual figures' exquisite beauty, as they read the ceiling from the chapel floor, which resembled a huge illuminated manuscript. Tonight, as you close your eyes, picture Michel standing atop that scaffolding, exhausted and covered in paint, producing pictures that will awe future generations. Every great endeavour has a turning point when you take stock and discover that you've produced something that even you were surprised by. When the scaffolding was eventually taken down in October 1512, Michelangelo was able to see the finished Sistine Chapel ceiling for the first time from the ground floor, just like any other visitor who might happen to wander in from the Roman streets. The unveiling was a combination of religious ceremony, political theatre, and art exhibition, as one might anticipate from a papal event in Renaissance Rome. In their finest robes, cardinals and diplomats assembled, artists travelled from all over Italy to observe what everyone knew would be unprecedented, and inquisitive Romans flocked outside to catch a glimpse of what their city's master had achieved. There was an instantaneous and profound silence as those heavy wooden doors opened and the crowd filed in. When something is so exquisite that it leaves people speechless, do you know what I mean? That's precisely what took place. Standing with their necks craned back and their mouths open, grown men who had lived their entire lives surrounded by art attempted to take in what they were witnessing. The ceiling had been turned into a window to heaven, not just painted. Michel had created an architectural illusion so convincing that visitors felt they were looking up through actual stone frameworks at real figures inhabiting celestial space. Each scene, God sweeping the cosmos, Adam waking up, Eve emerging from Adam's side, was flawless on its own, but they all came together like the movements of a symphony. Of course, Pope Julius was victorious. He had commissioned the piece for political as well as artistic reasons, demonstrating to the world that Papal Rome was capable of creating wonders on par with those of classical antiquity. However, Julius appeared astonished by the accomplishments of his erratic sculptor. Undoubtedly, the ceiling was propaganda, but it was propaganda of such sublime beauty that it took on a much higher significance. As usual, Michel was already planning his next endeavour. He was still essentially a sculptor, even though the 4 years of painting had been an unusual diversion. He desired to go back to the marble statues that had been patiently waiting in Julius's workshop to his tomb. But like popes, Julius had other ideas. The relationship between Michel and Julius was fascinating to observe. Both of them had strong wills, were ardent art lovers, and were completely confident in their own abilities. Their arguments were legendary. At one point, Michel actually left Rome and had to be brought back by papal apologies. However, They were able to understand one another in the way that challenging people occasionally do. Despite his complaints, Michel flourished under the pressure of impossible commissions, and Julius saw genius where he saw it. Michel likely believed that he would finally be able to work on his own projects after Julius's death in 1513. Michel had been raised in the Medici family, so it should have been good news that he was now dealing with the new Pope Leo X, who was a Medici. But Leo had his own artistic vision and his own favourite artists, including Raphael, who was painting the papal apartments while Michel was working overhead in the Sistine Chapel. The rivalry with Raphael gives Michel's story a humorous side plot. Charming, tactful, at ease around customers, and capable of running sizable workshops, Raphael was everything Michel wasn't. Raphael was hosting elegant dinner parties and graciously accepting commission after commission, while Michel was up on scaffolding covered in paint, complaining about papal meddling. Nonetheless, the two artists valued one another's creations. Although he would never publicly acknowledge it, Michel valued Raphael's compositional abilities and technical innovations, and Raphael used elements he had learned from studying Michel's ceiling in his own paintings. It was the kind of high-level professional rivalry that motivates both sides to achieve more. Leo X wanted Michelangelo to be involved in the facade design of St. Peter's Basilica, because he had big plans for it. One of the most frustrating periods in Michel's career resulted from this: years of building architectural models and drawings, visiting marble quarries, and setting up workshops, only to have the project shelved when papal funds ran out. Michel had made promises, signed contracts, and hired staff, and all of that vanished overnight due to politics at the Vatican. Michel learned a valuable lesson about the risky nature of artistic patronage from these papal letdowns. Money vanished, priorities shifted, and popes passed away. He needed to choose projects more carefully and guard against the whims of influential patrons if he hoped to produce work that would last. But his reputation was set in stone by the Sistine ceiling. People travelled from all over Europe to witness it. It was the subject of intense study by other artists who sought to comprehend his methods. Poets started writing about it. Michel had accomplished something that goes beyond typical artistic achievement. He had produced art that people would travel great distances to view. As sleep draws near tonight, imagine those first viewers in the Sistine Chapel, their faces lit by candlelight, looking up in awe at pictures that seem to make Genesis come to life. Mastery in one area frequently leads to unexpected opportunities in other areas, a lesson that life has a way of imparting to us. Michel experienced this lesson dramatically in his later years. New challenges that would push him well beyond his comfort zone and uncover talents he was unaware he possessed came as he approached his 50s, old age by Renaissance standards. When Pope Clement VII asked him to design a library, it was the first surprise. The Laurentian Library in Florence, a groundbreaking facility that would house the Medici family's priceless manuscript collection, was not just any library. Similar to his approach to sculpture, Michel viewed architecture as an expression of the fundamental character of a building rather than as ornamentation. His design was audacious. With its rows of wooden reading desks and well-proportioned windows that let in soft light, the reading room resembled the serene hull of a ship. However, his true genius was displayed in the vestibule at the entrance. With steps that curved and divided in ways that gave the impression that stone was liquid, he constructed a staircase that appeared to flow like frozen lava. Even now, visitors still stop on those stairs, feeling as though they are viewing architecture as sculpture. It was both happy and sad to work in Florence once more. The city of his youth had changed. Political upheavals had scattered old friends, and the optimistic humanism of his early years had been tempered by war, plague, and religious reformation. Michel's interest in poetry grew, and he began penning verses that showed a more reflective side of himself. His poems weren't masterpieces, but they were deeply personal, exploring themes of aging, faith, and the meaning of artistic creation. Vittoria Colonna, a remarkable woman who was a poet, religious reformer, and intellectual force in her own right, became one of his most significant friends during this time. Their deep, spiritual bond, founded on a mutual interest in poetry, art, and religious issues, was unique for its time. Few people ever faced the intellectual challenges that Michel faced from Vittoria, and their correspondence shows a gentle, thoughtful side of the great artist. When Vittoria died in 1547, Michel was devastated. At 72, when most men of his age had long since passed away, He was grieving the loss of a person who had recognised his art and his inner turmoil. He was questioning everything at the time of her death, including his faith, his artistic legacy, and the significance of his worldly success, which had brought him fame but not necessarily peace. Pope Paul III asked him to paint a scene of the Last Judgment on the Sistine Chapel's altar wall during this depressing time. Michel was hesitant because the chapel already held his best painting. He was a sculptor first and foremost, and the subject matter required him to confront uncomfortable, personal themes of death and divine justice. However, his most emotionally impactful painting turned out to be The Last Judgment. The hopeful humanism of the ceiling had vanished, to be replaced by a more sombre picture of humanity being held ultimately responsible. His Christ figure is a strong judge whose gesture separates the saved from the damned, not the kind redeemer of traditional art. With figures rising toward salvation, or falling toward damnation, in a cosmic drama that filled the entire wall, the composition whirls with movement and emotion. The painting immediately sparked controversy. His figures, according to some critics, were too intense, too muscular, and too nude for a place of worship. Michel's strong humanistic vision was becoming outdated as the Counter-Reformation got underway, and new restrictions were placed on religious art. He became known as the underwear painter, because later artists would actually paint draperies over some of his figures. The criticism didn't matter to Michel. He painted not for the acclaim of the day, but for God and future generations. His mature view of human nature was embodied in The Last Judgment. He was profoundly aware of both human potential and human frailty, without being cynically pessimistic or naively optimistic. Having been named chief architect in 1547, he was also supervising the building of the new saint, Peter's Basilica, creating a structure that would represent Christianity while resolving massive engineering and design issues was possibly his biggest architectural challenge. His solution, a huge dome that would dominate the Roman skyline and serve as an inspiration for cathedral builders for centuries, was characteristically audacious. His last years were spent working on St. Peter's. He approached the project with the commitment of someone who knew it would be his last masterpiece and refused payment, believing it to be a service to God. By fusing traditional proportions with cutting-edge engineering, the dome's design produced a building that was both technically outstanding and spiritually uplifting. As you drift off to sleep, picture Michel in his 70s, still scaling scaffolding, pushing the envelope, and finding new ways to use paint and stone to further his endless creative vision. Seeing a great artist face their own mortality while continuing to create with unwavering passion is incredibly moving. This is precisely the story that Michel's last decades tell. A man in his 70s and 80s who never slowed down, who continued to push boundaries despite his body reminding him every day that he was, after all, human. Michel was 75 years old by 1550, which is nearly unthinkable for a person born in the 15th century. His peers were mostly long dead. Raphael had passed away in 1520, and Leonardo in 1519. In addition to his artistic competitors, Michel had outlived entire generations of admirers, critics, and patrons. Nevertheless, he kept up his work on St. Peter's Basilica with the vigour of a man half his age. His last obsession, and what an obsession it was the dome of St. Peter's. Not only was he designing a roof, but he was also building what would become Rome's most iconic silhouette, a building so precisely proportioned that it appears to hover over the Vatican like a visible prayer. How to support that much weight at that height while designing an interior space that inspires rather than intimidates was a huge engineering challenge. As usual, Michel came up with a creative solution. He created a double-shell dome with an outer dome that would form the external profile and an inner dome that guests would see from inside the basilica. This enabled him to maximise the architectural impact on the outside as well as the spiritual experience within. Despite the dome's 452-foot elevation, it feels cosy and protective from within rather than intimidating. Delegating more than Michel had ever felt comfortable with was necessary to work on such a large project in his last years. He had to entrust assistants with details that he would have insisted on carving himself earlier in his career. For someone who had always felt that only his own hand could accomplish the perfection he desired, this was both challenging and freeing. While others took care of the execution, he could concentrate on the big picture. During these years, his poetry increased in frequency and intimacy. For him, writing verses was similar to sketching. It allowed him to process thoughts and feelings without the physical strain of painting or carving. His poems show a man struggling with issues that success was unable to resolve, such as what happens to people when they die. Given eternity, what purpose do accomplishments on earth serve? How does an artist get ready to abandon incomplete pieces? One of his most poignant final poems questions his art directly, asking whether all of his painted scenes and marble figures were merely a diversion from deeper spiritual issues, or if they were actually prayers. This was no pretense. Michel truly questioned whether his life's work had made him more or less like God. Ironically, some were acknowledging his work as possibly the greatest artistic accomplishment in human history, while Michel was doubting its spiritual worth. People travelled from all over Europe to view his artwork. His methods were assiduously studied by young artists. While he was still alive, authors started writing biographies, treating him as a living legend. This attention was both rewarding and taxing for Michel. Always a recluse who felt more at ease with marble than with people, he was suddenly expected to play the part of a Renaissance master for a never-ending parade of admirers. He became known for being rough with guests, but those who knew him well saw this as shyness rather than conceit. 3 weeks before his 89th birthday on February 18th, 1564, Michel passed away quietly at home in Rome. Even though he had been feeling ill for a few days, he had nearly finished the architectural drawings for St. Peter's. Witnesses claim that his final remarks discussed finishing the dome. Even as he was dying, he was contemplating unfinished business. He had completely changed Renaissance culture, as evidenced by the immediate reaction to his death. As a church prince, Pope Pius IV wanted him to be buried in St. Peter's. His body was ordered to be returned to his birthplace by the city of Florence. In Rome, artists started organising ornate funeral rituals. An era came to an end with Michel's passing. He was no longer just an artist, but a cultural force. His impact goes well beyond art history. You can see Michel's legacy every time you see a government building with a classical dome. He helped create the concepts that are echoed whenever someone discusses the divine spark of creativity. Artists are always imitating him when they refuse to sacrifice their vision for financial gain. As you fall asleep, visualize Michel's dome rising over Rome in the evening light, a monument to one man's conviction that people are capable of producing art that endures for centuries, monuments that bridge the gap between earthly craft and eternal aspiration, and beauty that surpasses empires. Dream sweet dreams. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than being built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined, and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the Empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The Empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganised the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organisation. The empire also began to modernise its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernise, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the Tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernise and reform, while maintaining identity and preserving stability, would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernizing the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganization, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernize everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hattusherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernization. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernization efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasized the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals, and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists, engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernisation, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernisation and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernisation and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, if you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you. And the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question. What exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths, that you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, and honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it. You're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality. And now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry, or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behaviour more personally than he needed to? Such behaviour doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, "This means I'm not lovable," or "This proves that all relationships are doomed," or "I should have known better." Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognize that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless, it's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective, how the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself, your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future, but you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible, without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful, and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognize your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke up short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognised that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabayama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabayama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its lustre, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding swords and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. but he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernizing general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy, or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognised him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image, Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered for centuries. Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai fard de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimized his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognized that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narratives contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits, magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honnoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralize wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalized his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. You know how sometimes the most important things happen in plain sight, yet nobody really talks about them? That's exactly what the Underground Railroad was like. Picture yourself living in 1850, and everywhere you look, there are these little signs that something big is happening, but it's all happening in whispers and winks and very careful conversations. The thing is, calling it a railroad was actually pretty clever, even if it confused the heck out of people later on. There were no actual trains involved, no steel tracks cutting through the countryside, and no conductors in funny hats checking tickets. But the people who ran this network were smart cookies who knew that if you're going to move people secretly, you better have a system that makes sense to insiders but sounds totally boring to outsiders. So they borrowed railroad language because, frankly, it was perfect. The stations were safe houses where escaped slaves could rest, eat and hide. The conductors were the brave souls who guided people from one safe spot to the next. The passengers were the men, women and children seeking freedom, and the tracks were the secret routes that crisscrossed the country like invisible highways. You have to understand, this wasn't some small-time operation run by a handful of do-gooders. We're talking about thousands of people across multiple states who somehow managed to coordinate one of the most successful rescue operations in American history without email, cell phones, or even decent maps. They pulled this off using nothing but word of mouth, coded messages, and an impressive amount of sheer guts. The network stretched from the deep south all the way up to Canada, with branches spreading out like tree roots. Some routes went through Philadelphia and New York, others wound through Ohio and Indiana. A few brave souls even tried going through the Western Territories, though that was like choosing the expert level when you were still figuring out the basic controls. What made it work was that it operated on the same principle as any good gossip network. Information travelled person to person, but only to people you absolutely trusted. Your neighbour might be helping runaway slaves, but unless you were directly involved, you might never know, and that neighbour certainly wasn't going to tell you about it over the back fence while hanging laundry. The whole thing started small, really. Individual families helping individual people, usually on impulse rather than as part of any grand plan. Maybe someone would show up at your door, hungry and desperate, and you'd think, well, I can't just turn them away. Before you knew it, you'd be part of something bigger than you ever imagined. But here's what's really wild about the whole operation. The Underground Railroad wasn't run by politicians or wealthy philanthropists, or any of the usual suspects who end up in history books. It was run by ordinary people who decided that some things were more important than personal safety. Farmers, shopkeepers, ministers, seamstresses, free black Americans who'd made it north, white families who couldn't stand injustice, and Quakers whose faith demanded action. These weren't professional revolutionaries. Most of them were just regular folks who happened to believe that helping people escape slavery was the right thing to do, even if it meant risking everything they had. And trust me, they were risking everything. Getting caught meant huge fines, prison time, and complete social disgrace. For black Americans helping with the network, the consequences were often much worse. Yet somehow, year after year, the network kept growing. More routes, more safe houses, and more people willing to risk their necks for strangers. It's enough to make you wonder what ordinary people might accomplish when they decide something needs to change. Imagine trying to coordinate a massive rescue operation using nothing but subtle hints, shared glances, and the occasional cryptic note passed hand to hand. That's exactly what Underground Railroad operators had to master, and honestly, they got better at secret communication than most spy novels would have you believe. The coded language was just the beginning. Sure, everyone knows about calling safe houses stations and guides conductors, but the real communication happened in ways that would make a modern intelligence agency jealous. Church services became information exchanges, quilts hanging on clotheslines carried messages, even hymns sung in a certain way could signal danger or safety. You'd walk into a town as a stranger, not knowing who to trust or where to go, but if you knew the right words, doors would open. A casual mention of following the drinking gourd might get you a knowing nod from someone who understood you were talking about the Big Dipper constellation pointing north. Ask about friends in the right way, and suddenly you'd find yourself being directed to a basement or attic, where other travellers were waiting. The Quakers, bless them, turned being cryptic into an art form. They'd developed their own way of talking that sounded perfectly innocent to outsiders, but was loaded with meaning for people in the know. A Quaker might mention that their barn needs cleaning when they mean they have space for passengers, or they'd talk about expecting packages from the south when they were planning to receive escaped slaves. But the real genius was in the everyday stuff. Lanterns in windows positioned just so. Certain hymns are sung during church services. Even the way someone hung their laundry could carry a message. A white sheet hanging a certain way might mean all clear, while a coloured cloth could signal danger, stay away. The whole system relied on people being incredibly observant and remembering details that seemed trivial. You had to notice which houses had yellow candles instead of white ones, which barns had doors left slightly ajar, and which families suddenly seemed to be cooking larger meals than usual. All of these tiny details were pieces of a massive puzzle that only made sense if you knew how to read the signs. Letters were particularly tricky to write because you never knew who might intercept them, so people developed elaborate codes that made their correspondence sound like perfectly normal family updates or business discussions. A letter about shipping goods might actually be about moving people. News that the weather has been stormy but is clearing could mean that it is dangerous to travel right now, but conditions will improve soon. Some conductors got so good at this coded communication that they could have entire conversations about Underground Railroad business while seeming to discuss completely mundane topics like crop prices or family news. They'd developed an almost telepathic ability to understand what wasn't being said directly. The fascinating thing was how quickly word could spread through the network when it needed to. If slave catchers were spotted in an area, somehow everyone involved would know about it within hours, even though they couldn't exactly send out a group text. Information flowed through the network faster than you'd expect, carried by peddlers, ministers, travelling salesmen, and anyone else who had legitimate reasons to move from town to town. Of course, all this secrecy meant that mistakes happened. People misunderstood signals, went to the wrong houses, or showed up at safe houses when the owners weren't prepared. Sometimes coded messages got garbled, leaving everyone confused about what was actually supposed to happen. But somehow, the network was flexible enough to handle these mix-ups without falling apart completely. The most impressive part was how ordinary people became experts at living double lives. During the day, they'd go about their normal business, chatting with neighbours, running errands, and acting like nothing unusual was happening. Then at night, they'd transform into efficient operators in a clandestine network, moving people, passing messages, and making life or death decisions with remarkable calm. Here's something that doesn't show up in most history books. Running the Underground Railroad was basically like managing the world's most complicated travel agency. Except your clients couldn't make reservations, you couldn't advertise your services, and if you messed up, people could die. Think about what was actually involved in moving one person safely from, say, Georgia to Canada. You needed to know safe routes through multiple states, identify trustworthy contacts in dozens of towns, coordinate timing so that safe houses weren't overwhelmed, and do it all while keeping everything secret from authorities who were actively trying to shut you down. The food situation alone was mind-boggling. Imagine suddenly having 3 extra people show up at your house at midnight, people who haven't eaten properly in days and need enough energy to keep travelling. You couldn't exactly run to the corner store for supplies, especially not without raising questions about why you suddenly needed so much bread and cheese at odd hours. Smart operators learned to keep extra food on hand at all times, but it had to be stuff that wouldn't spoil and wouldn't seem suspicious if neighbours noticed. Root vegetables stored in cellars, preserved meat, dried beans and cornmeal that could be quickly turned into filling meals. Some families got creative and started keeping larger gardens than they actually needed, just so they'd have legitimate reasons for storing extra food. Clothing was another constant headache. People escaping slavery often arrived wearing whatever they'd had on when they fled, which was usually work clothes that screamed, "I don't belong in polite society." Getting people dressed appropriately for their journey north meant maintaining a secret stash of clothing in various sizes, plus shoes, which were particularly hard to come by and expensive to replace. Some Underground Railroad operators became surprisingly proficient at emergency tailoring. They'd take ill-fitting donated clothes and quickly alter them so travellers would blend in better. Others established networks of empathetic seamstresses, providing reliable assistance for last-minute clothing emergencies without excessive inquiries. Then there was transportation, which was way more complicated than just pointing people north and wishing them luck. Different routes required different approaches. Some areas were safe for daytime travel, while others were death traps unless you moved at night. Some regions had enough underground railroad activity that you could pass people from station to station every few miles. Other areas had huge gaps that required careful planning and lots of supplies. The timing had to be perfect. Show up at a safe house too early, and your host might not be ready. Show up too late, and you might find the place watched by slave catchers or local authorities who'd gotten suspicious. Arrive on a night when your contact was out of town, or dealing with a family emergency, and you could be stuck hiding in a barn for days. Weather added another layer of complexity that nobody could control. Rain could make travel miserable, but also covered tracks and kept people indoors where they couldn't spot suspicious activity. Snow made tracking easier for pursuers, but also made travel dangerous. Heat waves meant you could move more comfortably at night, but needed extra water during the day. Some underground railroad operators developed elaborate backup plans for when things went wrong. They'd identify alternate routes, secondary safe houses, and emergency contacts who could be trusted in a crisis. The really organised ones maintained detailed mental maps of their regions, complete with information about which roads were safest, which towns to avoid, and which local officials might be sympathetic versus those who were definitely hostile. Money was always tight because everything had to be paid for out of pocket. Food, clothing, transportation, bribes when necessary, and emergency funds for situations nobody could predict. Some operators went into debt helping strangers reach freedom. Others organised quiet fundraising among sympathetic friends and family members, though they had to be careful not to reveal too much about what the money was actually for. The most challenging part might have been the unpredictability. You never knew when someone might show up needing help, how many people would arrive together, what condition they'd be in, or what special circumstances might complicate their journey. Pregnant women needed different care than children, who needed different care than elderly travellers, who needed different care than injured people. Despite all these logistical nightmares, the network somehow kept functioning year after year, helping thousands of people reach freedom through sheer determination and remarkably good organisation. You'd think a network this big and this successful would be run by some kind of central committee or famous leaders giving orders from headquarters. But the Underground Railroad worked precisely because it wasn't organised that way at all. Instead, it was powered by an amazing collection of individuals who decided to act on their own and then somehow found ways to work together without anyone officially being in charge. Take William Still, who became known as the father of the Underground Railroad, not because he founded it, but because he was obsessively organised about keeping records. This guy worked in Philadelphia and helped coordinate the escape of hundreds of people, but what made him special was that he wrote everything down. Names, dates, routes, family connections, and stories about how people had escaped and where they were hoping to go. You have to understand how dangerous this record-keeping was. If authorities had ever found Still's files, they would have had enough information to destroy the entire Philadelphia branch of the network. But Still kept writing because he understood that someday, when slavery was over, families would want to find each other again. His records became the foundation for thousands of reunion stories after the Civil War. Then there was Harriet Tubman, who's famous for good reason, but probably not for the reasons most people think. Yes, she made multiple trips back into the South to guide people north, but what made her extraordinary wasn't just her courage. It was her strategic thinking and her ability to keep people calm under pressure. Tubman possessed a remarkable ability to detect impending danger and swiftly alter their plans. She carried a gun, not primarily to fight off slave catchers, but to convince exhausted, terrified travellers to keep moving when they wanted to give up. She understood that one person's panic could get everyone captured, so she'd do whatever it took to maintain discipline and keep groups together. But the network was full of less famous people whose contributions were just as crucial. Levi Coffin and his wife, Catherine, turned their house in Indiana into one of the busiest stations on the Underground Railroad. They helped over 3,000 people reach freedom, earning Levi the nickname President of the Underground Railroad, though he never held any official title and certainly didn't have any actual authority over anyone else. What made the Coffins effective was their systematic approach. They approached Underground Railroad operations as a business, adhering to meticulous schedules, collaborating with other operators, and consistently anticipating future needs. Catherine became an expert at quickly feeding large numbers of unexpected guests, while Levi developed an extensive network of contacts throughout the Midwest. The network also depended on people who contributed in ways that weren't dramatic but were absolutely essential. John Rankin, an Ohio minister, consistently placed a lantern in his window each night for years, indicating that his home served as a secure refuge. That one simple, consistent action guided hundreds of people to safety, but Rankin never got the kind of attention that more flamboyant operators received. Free black Americans played crucial roles that often don't receive enough recognition in history books. They faced enormous personal risks because they could be enslaved themselves if caught helping runaways, but many of them felt a special obligation to help others escape bondage. They also had advantages that white operators didn't have, like the ability to travel in slave states without automatically arousing suspicion. Robert Purvis in Philadelphia used his wealth and social connections to support Underground Railroad activities on a scale that few others could match. David Ruggles in New York helped over 600 people reach freedom and published one of the first abolitionist magazines. These individuals concealed their Underground Railroad activities behind their legitimate businesses and social positions. The Quakers deserve special mention because their religious beliefs made them natural allies for the Underground Railroad, but they also brought organisational skills that other groups lacked. Quaker communities had experience making group decisions without formal hierarchies, communicating across long distances, and maintaining secrecy when necessary. Many Quaker settlements became reliable stops on Underground Railroad routes. What's remarkable is how these diverse people managed to work together effectively, despite having different backgrounds, motivations, and ideas about the best ways to help escaping slaves. They developed informal systems for sharing information, coordinating activities, and resolving conflicts without any central authority telling them what to do. Some operators specialised in particular aspects of the work. Others were generalists who did whatever needed doing. Some focused on their local areas, while others travelled extensively to maintain connections across state lines. But somehow they all managed to function as part of a coherent network that accomplished something extraordinary. If you imagine the Underground Railroad as a straightforward journey from south to north, you're in for some surprises. The reality was far more complicated, circuitous, and frankly weird than most people realise. Escaping slavery wasn't like following a map from point A to point B. It was more like navigating a constantly changing maze where the walls moved every few days and some paths led to dead ends or worse. First off, north was relative. For someone escaping from Georgia, north might mean getting to South Carolina first, then working their way up through the Carolinas to Virginia. From that point, they might venture into Maryland, followed by Pennsylvania. Each state had its laws, its level of hostility toward escaped slaves, and its network of people who might help or hinder your progress. But here's the thing nobody talks about. Sometimes the best route north actually went south first, or east, or west, because taking the obvious path was exactly what slave catchers expected. Smart conductors learned to think like chess players, considering not just the next move but several moves ahead. Sometimes the safest way to get from Alabama to Ohio was to go through Mississippi and Louisiana first, then up the Mississippi River, and overland through Illinois. The Underground Railroad had to adjust to the terrain in ways that would challenge the capabilities of modern GPS systems. River crossings were natural choke points where authorities knew to watch, but you couldn't avoid them entirely. Some operators became experts at finding unusual crossing points, like areas where rivers were shallow enough to ford, or where friendly boat owners could provide transportation without asking questions. Mountain areas offered excellent hiding places but terrible travelling conditions, especially for people who were already exhausted and malnourished. Desert regions in the southwest were nearly impossible to cross without extensive preparation and supplies. Even seemingly safe farmland could be dangerous if you didn't know which farmers were sympathetic and which ones would turn you in for the reward money. The seasonal timing of escapes wasn't random either. Winter travel was miserable, but had advantages because fewer people were out and about to spot suspicious activity. Spring planting and fall harvest times were busy periods when extra people on farms might not attract attention. Summer offered the best weather, but also the most active slave patrols and bounty hunters. Most escapes started on weekends, particularly Saturday nights, because it gave people the maximum time before their absence would be noticed and search parties organised. These circumstances meant that Underground Railroad operators had to be prepared for weekend surges in activity. then quieter periods during the week when travellers were laying low at safe houses. The pace of travel was much slower than you might expect. A journey that could theoretically be completed in a few weeks might take months or even years, with extended stays at safe houses when conditions become too dangerous for travel. Some people made it north quickly during favourable periods, while others had to take long detours or wait for better opportunities. Family groups faced special challenges because travelling with children or elderly relatives meant slower movement and greater visibility. Some families made the heartbreaking decision to split up temporarily, with stronger members going first to establish themselves in the north, then sending help for those left behind. Other families refused to separate and accepted the additional risks of travelling together. The Underground Railroad had to account for physical limitations that seem obvious now, but required constant adaptation then. Pregnant women couldn't travel as far or as fast. Injured or sick people needed medical attention that wasn't easy to locate. Children needed different kinds of food and care than adults. Elderly travellers might have mobility issues that require special arrangements. Weather can suddenly transform a manageable journey into a nightmare. Sudden storms could force people to seek shelter at places that weren't prepared for them. Flooding could make planned river crossings impossible. Ice storms could make any travel treacherous. Drought could make water sources unreliable. Operators learned to read weather signs and adjust plans accordingly. The psychological aspects of the journey were as challenging as the physical ones. People who'd never been more than a few miles from where they were born suddenly found themselves travelling hundreds of miles through unfamiliar territory, dependent on strangers for survival, never sure whether the next person they met would help them or turn them in. While some travellers thrived on the adventure and excitement, others succumbed to fear and uncertainty. Conductors learned to manage group dynamics, keeping people motivated when spirits flagged, maintaining discipline when fear led to poor decision-making, and providing emotional support when the stress became overwhelming. The journey didn't end when people reached the north either. Many found that the northern states did not live up to their expectations, as they faced significant discrimination and limited opportunities for people of colour. Some continued all the way to Canada, while others settled in northern cities, where they tried to build new lives while always looking over their shoulders. Every Underground Railroad operator has captivating tales to share, and it's remarkable how numerous near disasters, fueled by quick thinking, extraordinary luck and sometimes divine intervention, resulted in successful rescues. The network survived not because everything went smoothly, but because people got really good at improvising when things went terribly wrong. Take the time. William Still was coordinating the escape of a large group through Philadelphia when someone tipped off the authorities. Instead of panicking, Still quickly spread the word through his network to scatter everyone to different safe houses throughout the city. When the slave catchers showed up at the primary location, they found nothing but a very confused elderly woman who claimed she had no idea what they were talking about and offered them tea while they searched her completely empty house. Consider what transpired when Harriet Tubman, leading a group north, found their planned safe house compromised. Instead of turning back, she marched her charges straight to a hotel in the middle of town and brazenly registered them as her servants travelling with her to visit relatives. The hotel clerk never questioned the story of a respectable woman travelling with her household staff, even though he might have been suspicious of a group of obvious runaways hiding in the woods. Some of the closest calls came from misunderstandings and communication failures that nobody could have predicted. A group of escaping slaves once showed up at what they thought was a safe house, only to discover they'd gotten the address wrong and were knocking on the door of the local sheriff. Fortunately, the sheriff's wife was sympathetic to their cause, though her husband definitely wasn't. She managed to get them fed and redirected to the correct address before her husband came home, but the whole thing could have ended the network's operations in that town. Weather emergencies created some of the most dramatic near disasters. A blizzard once trapped a group of travellers in a barn for nearly a week, during which time their supplies ran out and several people became seriously ill. The local Underground Railroad operator had to figure out how to get medical attention and food to people he couldn't acknowledge were there while maintaining plausible explanations for his unusual behaviour to increasingly suspicious neighbours. Timing failures were constant sources of anxiety. Travellers would arrive at safe houses to find their hosts unexpectedly away, forcing them to hide in barns or root cellars for days longer than planned. Or conductors would show up to collect passengers only to discover that previous delays had thrown off the entire schedule, leaving everyone scrambling to improvise new arrangements. Some operators devised intricate contingency plans, that were almost absurd in their complexity. One station master in Ohio kept a coffin in his barn and instructed arriving passengers to climb inside and pretend to be dead if authorities showed up for unexpected searches. The plan worked perfectly until the day a genuine funeral procession got confused about directions and ended up at his house looking for the cemetery, leading to an extremely awkward conversation about why he had an apparently occupied coffin in his barn instead of at the church. Betrayals were fortunately rare, but when they happened, they created chaos that rippled through entire regions. Once arrested and threatened with lengthy prison time, a trusted conductor in Maryland turned informant. His treachery jeopardized numerous safe houses and necessitated a comprehensive restructuring of routes across the region. The network survived, but only because other operators noticed unusual authority activity and managed to warn people before the betrayer could do maximum damage. Medical emergencies were particularly challenging because you couldn't exactly take obviously escaped slaves to local doctors without raising questions. Network operators had to become amateur medics, learning to treat injuries, deliver babies, and handle illnesses with whatever supplies they could obtain without arousing suspicion. Through necessity, some developed impressive medical skills, while others maintained quiet relationships with sympathetic doctors they could trust in emergencies. Children created special challenges because they couldn't always be expected to understand the need for absolute silence, and could inadvertently conceal away hiding places or reveal information to the wrong people. Smart operators learned to engage children's imaginations, turning the journey into a game of hide-and-seek or an adventure story, where staying quiet and following instructions was part of the fun rather than a matter of life and death. Perhaps the most nerve-wracking situations involved split-second decisions about whether to trust strangers who claimed to be sympathetic. Sometimes people claiming to offer help were actually bounty hunters trying to trap escaping slaves. Other times, genuine offers of assistance came from unexpected sources who didn't fit the usual profile of Underground Railroad supporters. Operators had to develop almost supernatural instincts for reading people and situations quickly and accurately. The remarkable thing is how often pure chance worked in favour of the Underground Railroad. Slave catchers would search houses thoroughly but somehow miss hidden rooms or concealed passages. Authority figures would ask pointed questions but accept implausible explanations. Suspicious neighbours would notice unusual activity but decide it wasn't worth investigating. The network succeeded partly through careful planning, but also through a remarkable series of fortunate accidents and lucky breaks. When you step back and look at the Underground Railroad as a whole, what's most striking isn't the famous stories or dramatic rescues that ended up in history books. It's the quiet, everyday decision made by thousands of ordinary people to risk everything they had for strangers they'd never met before and might never see again. That decision, multiplied across decades and states, changed American history in ways we're still discovering. The numbers alone are staggering when you really think about them. Historians estimate that the Underground Railroad helped somewhere between 40,000 and 100,000 people escape slavery, though the real number will never be known because record keeping was necessarily limited, and much of what was written down was later destroyed for security reasons. But even the conservative estimate is more than most cities had then. What makes those numbers even more impressive is that each successful escape required the coordinated effort of dozens of people. If you figure an average of 20 people were directly involved in getting each person to safety, you're looking at a network that included somewhere between 800,000 and 2 million Americans who actively participated in Underground Railroad activities. That's a significant percentage of the northern population, making a conscious choice to break federal law in service of what they believed was a higher moral law. The ripple effects extended far beyond the people who were directly rescued. Every successful escape demonstrated that the system of slavery wasn't as secure as its defenders claimed. Every safe house that operated openly challenged the idea that helping escaped slaves was too dangerous or too difficult for ordinary people to attempt. Every conductor who made multiple trips proved that individual action could make a meaningful difference in seemingly impossible situations. The Underground Railroad also served as a training ground for the abolition movement and later civil rights activism. Individuals who acquired the skills to secretly organise, communicate in code, coordinate intricate operations across state lines, and sustain morale amidst seemingly insurmountable challenges were laying the groundwork for later social justice movements. Many Underground Railroad veterans became leaders in the fight for women's suffrage, labour rights, and other reform causes. Perhaps most importantly, the Underground Railroad proved that ordinary Americans could organise effective resistance to unjust laws without waiting for political leaders to show them the way. The network developed organically from individual acts of conscience, grew through informal networks of trust and communication, and succeeded through decentralised decision-making that didn't depend on any central authority or charismatic leadership. This model of grassroots organising became a template for later social movements, from the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s to modern immigrant rights activism. The basic principles remain the same. Identify people who share your values, build networks of mutual support, develop secure communication methods, create safe spaces for people in danger, and maintain hope even when progress seems impossible. The Underground Railroad also demonstrated the power of what we might now call intersectional cooperation. The network brought together people who disagreed about many things, but found common ground in their opposition to slavery. Religious groups that normally didn't associate work together. People from different social classes collaborated as equals. Racial barriers that seemed insurmountable in other contexts became irrelevant when the goal was helping people escape bondage. The Underground Railroad had its limitations and contradictions. Most operators were concentrated in border states rather than the Deep South, where help was most desperately needed. The network could only help a small percentage of enslaved people, leaving millions still in bondage. Some operators held paternalistic attitudes toward the people they helped, viewing them as victims to be rescued rather than partners in a shared struggle for justice. Despite these limitations, the accomplishments remained significant. The Underground Railroad proved that seemingly powerless individuals could band together to challenge powerful institutions when they were motivated by moral conviction and willing to accept personal risk. It showed that change didn't have to wait for perfect conditions or ideal leadership, but could begin with whatever resources and opportunities were available. Today, when people feel overwhelmed by large-scale problems that seem beyond individual influence, the Underground Railroad offers a different model for contemplating social change. It suggests that meaningful action often begins not with grand strategies or political campaigns, but with simple decisions to help specific people in immediate need, then finding ways to connect those individual acts of assistance into larger networks of mutual support and collective action. The Underground Railroad reminds us that history's most important changes often happen through the accumulated actions of people whose names we'll never know, who made choices that seemed small at the time but added up to something transformational. In a world that often feels chaotic and hopeless, that's a lesson worth remembering as you drift off to sleep, contemplating what ordinary people can accomplish when they decide that some things are more important than personal safety and comfort. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorrie's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorrie died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorrie's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration north, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorry got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorry's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorry had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorry's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilised telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappe telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or night time turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine, this was a genuine computer complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zeus built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zeus had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bog down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zeus's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zeus's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he'd already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zeus had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zeus understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zeus had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847, and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors wash their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beach's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The beach tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beach had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station, it was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, he believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the Earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true. In Lindisfarne, Northumbria, 793, you kneel in the chapel of Lindisfarne Priory at dawn, whispering your usual Latin prayers. Suddenly a distant thunderclap rolls across the clear sky. You pause, lips still. The sound comes again, louder this time, and now you hear panicked shouts outside shattering the morning peace. Brother Aelfric bursts through the oak door, eyes wild. "Raiders, on the shore," he gasps. In an instant, your world overturns. You leap up, heart hammering, and follow him out of the chapel into chaos. At the top of the grassy dune overlooking the priory's beach, you stumble to a halt. The sand, where there was nothing moments ago, draws up long, dragon-prowed ships. Dozens of armed Northmen are swarming ashore. Sunlight glints off iron swords and axes in their fists. They move with a terrifying purpose, spreading across Holy Island akin to a plague. A chill of unreality washes over you. The pagan Vikings of rumour are here, in the flesh, as real as the salt wind on your face. Screams echo from the fields below. A few of the lay brothers working with the vegetable gardens try to run, but the strangers are upon them in moments. You watch, paralysed, as a fur-clad raider swings his axe and cleaves Brother Osric's shoulder to the bone. Osric collapses with a scream cut short. Another monk is caught by two Vikings. They pinion his arms and drag him toward the shore, ignoring his pleas. You think, God help us, this can't be real, not on this sacred island. "They're coming! Inside! Inside!" Abbot Edbert bellows from the courtyard. At last your legs unlock. You tear down the slope toward the stone church, sand slipping under your feet. Monks in woolen habits scatter in every direction, some toward the hills, others, like you, toward the only refuge you have, the stout church of St. Cuthbert. You dash through the arched doorway, and several brothers shove the heavy doors closed behind you. Dozens of you huddle in the dim sanctuary, chests heaving. Candlelight flickers over pale, terrified faces. Outside, the guttural shouts of the Vikings grow closer. The wooden doors shudder as the axe blades begin to chop through them. A moment later, the portal splinters apart. Vikings flood into God's house and pandemonium erupts. You are shoved back against a cold stone column as panic and slaughter fill the nave. One invader lunges at a monk near the entrance and splits his skull with an iron sword. Another snatches a golden chalice from the altar, spilling holy wine across the flagstones. A third Viking flips open the enormous Bible and casually rips out its illuminated pages, laughing. You cry out in wordless anguish at this desecration, but your voice is lost in the cacophony. The sacred sanctuary is transformed into a battleground. A wiry Northman with a braided beard grabs you by the robe. He reeks of sweat and seawater. You raise your hands in a feeble plea, but he just bares his teeth and throws you to the floor. Your head strikes the stone tiles and stars explode in your vision. Before you can recover, he pounces on your chest, pinning you. Cold iron presses against your throat as he draws a knife along your neck. In that frozen moment, you glimpse Abbot Eadbert lying by the altar in a pool of blood. His throat cut, his eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. The house of prayer is filled with cries of the dying and wails of pain. The Northman snarls something in his harsh tongue and raises his blade. You squeeze your eyes shut and babble a final prayer. Steel flashes. Your prayer dies on your lips as the blade plunges down and everything goes dark. The scene unfolds on the Seine River, on the Frankish coast in 845. You are pulling weeds in your beanfield when the village church bell begins clanging furiously. It is a misty Easter morning, and that bell should be calling the faithful to Mass, not ringing in alarm. You straighten up, dirt on your hands, and see neighbours halting in their fields, heads turned toward the sound. Through the river fog a new sound rises, a deep war horn blast from downstream. Your blood runs cold. Northmen! A shout from the hill by Bernushod's goat pasture confirms it. Ships! On the river! Instantly the quiet Frankish hamlet erupts into panic. You drop your basket and sprint for your cottage, heart thudding. Your farm lies exposed on the open floodplain. There are no walls or soldiers to protect it. Rumours have whispered of Viking raids along the coast recently, but you never imagined their dragon-headed boats on your stretch of the Seine. Yet now, through the trees, you glimpse them, long sleek ships with striped sails gliding upriver, carved beasts adorning their prows. By the time you reach your yard, chaos has overtaken the village. Families scream and scatter, snatching up children and whatever belongings they can carry. You nearly collide with your wife as she rushes out of your cottage with your 2 young daughters clinging to her skirts. "Into the woods!" you pant, grabbing the girl's hands. The only hope is to hide in the oak forest beyond the fields. Together, you sprint across the furrows toward the tree line. Your littlest daughter wails in confusion. You scoop her into your arms and push onward. Behind you rises a cacophony of terror. The war horn blares again, and now you hear the blood-chilling howl of the Viking battle cry echoing down the Seine. As you reach the first trees, a handful of your braver neighbours rush in the opposite direction, clutching rusty swords and wood axes. They are determined to protect their homes at all costs. Every instinct tells you to protect your farm, but one look at your wife's terrified face propels you deeper into the underbrush. You cannot leave them. Not now. Suddenly, a burly shape crashes through the brush ahead. A Viking scout steps into your path, grey eyes locking on you. He hefts a spear, and you shove your family behind you, raising your only weapon, a simple sickle, with trembling hands. The Northman's lips curl in a wolfish grin. He hurls his spear. You twist aside, but the iron head slashes a fiery gash across your upper arm. You cry out. Before the Viking can draw his sword, you charge at him with a desperate yell, swinging your sickle. He bats aside your feeble strike and backhands you with his free arm. The blow crashes into your jaw like a mallet. The forest tilts. You hit the ground hard, tasting blood. Dazed, you lift your head. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. "No, please," you croak, reaching out as 2 Vikings seize her by the hair and drag your daughters from her arms. You wrench yourself up on one elbow, but a booted foot slams between your shoulder blades, crushing you to the dirt. A Norse warrior growls something above you. You catch only the word for slave. Rough hands yank your arms behind you and bind your wrists with coarse rope. Your village is tearing itself apart all around you. Smoke rises be. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. Down. A few moments later, a Viking herds you and a dozen other captives toward the river. A Viking yanks you along by a rope around your neck. Your wife and children are nowhere in sight. Taken, dead, who knows? Hot tears of pain and rage blur your vision, but a powerful yank on the tether forces you onward. On the bank, the Northmen are already loading prisoners and plunder onto their boats. 3 other sobbing villagers shove you aboard and chain you by the ankle. As the oars begin to pull and the Frankish shore recedes, you collapse against the hull. Everything you ever loved is gone. The Vikings did not just raid your farm, they have destroyed your life. You close your eyes, trembling with silent grief. Easter morning sunlight glitters on the river, but for you no resurrection will come, only the endless darkness of slavery. This story takes place in Ireland during the 9th century. You stand atop the wooden rampart of your husband's dune fort, and watch in dread as dark sails dot the morning horizon. The mid-morning sun glints off the waves, revealing 3 Viking longships heading up the coast toward your lands. A messenger had arrived at dawn with dire news. The Northmen sacked a monastery down a river at Clonfert, and their ships were spotted in your kingdom's waters. The war horns are now echoing along the cliffs. The Vikings are coming. Below you in the courtyard, your household warriors rush to arm themselves. Men snatch spears and shields from racks, shouting to each other and offering quick prayers to God. You clutch the wooden railing, knuckles white. Your husband, Lord Eöl, is in the yard pulling on his helmet. He catches your eye for a brief moment and tries to muster a reassuring smile, but you both know what these invaders do. You have heard tales of their cruelty. Last winter, refugees from the north told of nuns violated and monks slaughtered when the Northmen attacked Armag's sacred sites. Lord Eöl barks orders. and 24 mounted warriors gallop out through the gate to confront the enemy on the beach. The remaining defenders stay to man the fort's palisade. You send up a silent prayer for your husband and kinsman as their war cries fade toward the surf. Minutes later, distant screams and the clash of metal carry on the sea breeze. You pace along the rampart, heart in your throat. The sounds of battle die out, and for a moment there is eerie silence. Suddenly, a lone figure, one of your warriors, comes sprinting over the sandy ridge toward the fort. His tunic is soaked in blood. "Close the gate!" he shrieks, eyes bulging with panic. Behind him, a mob of Vikings appears, pursuing like wolves on the hunt. The fort's captain curses and orders the gates barred, but even as your men shove the oak portal, the first Northman rams into it from outside. A desperate struggle ensues at the sallyport. Spears thrust through the gap, axes hacking. The defender's courage falters when a massive Viking forces the gate ajar and cuts down a guard in a single stroke. Within seconds, the enemy swarm inside. Screams fill the yard. You stumble back from the rampart as chaos engulfs the fort. The surviving guards and servants, horribly outnumbered, throw down their weapons or try to flee. A hulking Viking with an iron helmet and braided blonde beard strides past the bodies toward the keep. He kicks open the doors of your hall. You are still on the steps when he spots you. His hard eyes flick over your silk dress and the gold brooch at your shoulder, marking you as a noble woman. "Take her," he grunts to 2 of his men. You step backward, trembling with rage and fear. "I am Lady Muireann of the Wee Nail. We can pay ransom," you cry, trying to sound commanding. One of the Vikings answers by swinging the back of his axe into your guardsman's skull as if swatting a fly. Blood splashes your gown. You scream. An instant later, the blonde giant closes the distance and strikes you across the face with a mailed hand. The world flashes white. You find yourself sprawled on the ground, ears ringing. Before you can move, 2 Vikings haul you up by your arms. One roughly yanks off your jewelled brooch and belt. The other binds your wrists with rawhide. Around you, the courtyard is a nightmare made real. Your husband's corpse lies in the gateway, nearly beheaded. Flames consume the thatched roof of the chapel. All around the fort lie the bodies of those who tried to defend it. The stable boy, the cook, and even the old bard who were cut down without mercy. Hot tears of anger fill your eyes. With a surge of defiance, you spit at the Viking chief's face as he approaches. A hush falls over the raiders. The blonde giant wipes your spittle from his cheek, then grabs you by the throat. Effortlessly, he lifts you until only your toes scrape the bloody mud. You gag, the edges of your vision dimming. He holds you there, face to face, until your defiance crumbles into choking desperation. Finally, he releases his grip and you drop to your knees, coughing. The onlookers chuckle. Ropes are leashed around your neck and the necks of a handful of other captives, mostly young women who survived the slaughter. You are herded downhill like cattle. Your beloved Doon, once a proud seat of Gaelic power, is now a smouldering ruin littered with the dead. As the Vikings march you to their boats bobbing in the bay, you stumble in shock, barely feeling the pebbles under your bare feet. They shove you up a plank onto a ship's deck. All around you, Northmen cheer at their haul. Coins, chalices, fine clothes, horses, and 6 sobbing prisoners. The ship pushes off under the afternoon sun. As oars beat the water, you watch your homeland recede. Black smoke clings to the sky from your burning hull. You resist the urge to scream as you bite down on the gag they force between your teeth. They have taken everything and everyone you love and enslaved them. You try to pray, but no comfort comes. Only the creak of the oars and the jeers of your captors answer your silent pleas. The gentle hills of Eire fade from view, and you realise with crushing despair that you will never set foot on your native soil again. You are bound for an unknown fate across the sea, just another piece of plunder in the Vikings' haul. Furthermore, in Courland on the Baltic coast in 854, sound the horn, the Sphere are coming. The shout carries across your Baltic seaside village as dawn lightens the sky. You snatch up your spear and race from your hut, heart pounding. From the cliff top you see them, a fleet of longships with striped sails crowding the bay. Olaf, the Swedish king, has returned. A year after your people drove off his Danish allies in a previous raid, this time he's brought a much larger force, dozens of ships, hundreds of warriors. A chill knot of fear forms in your gut. Despite being fierce pirates themselves, the Curonians vastly outnumber you today. Around you, villagers scream and scramble. Men grab weapons, mothers hastily usher children toward the woods inland. You spot your younger brother throwing a sack of grain onto an ox cart where your mother and little nieces huddle. He's preparing to evacuate the family. You clasp his arm and thrust your hunting knife into his hand. Go! Get them to the marshes. Go! You urge. He hesitates, hairs in his eyes. Neither of you wants to part. A distant blast of the enemy's horn jolts him into action. With a crack of the reins, he drives the cart toward the forest as fast as the ox can pull it. You send a brief prayer to Pecunus, god of thunder, to guard them and to give you strength now. Inside the timber fort that crowns the hill, the remaining men form up. You join a knot of stout farmers and fishermen on the palisade, spear and bow in hand. Your father, the militia chief, limps past, wounded in last year's battle, shouting final orders. Down the slope, the first wave of Sphere Vikings lands on the beach. Tall figures in mail and helmets advance in disciplined lines behind a wall of shields. Their war leader, likely King Olaf himself, marches at the front in a blue cloak, his sword raised. The ragged handful of Curonian defenders around you exchange nervous glances. This will undoubtedly be a battle to the end. With a thunder of boots, the Viking host charges up the hillside toward your walls. "Loose arrows!" someone cries. You raise your bow and let fly. The sky darkens with a brief volley from your side. A few of the enemy fall, pierced by lucky shots, but an answering storm of arrows whistles back at once. A barbed shaft thuds into the throat of the man beside you. He gurgles and collapses from the rampart. A slingstone smashes into your wooden shield with the sound of a crack nearly knocks the object from your grip. Before you can blink, the sphere are at the ditch, hurling grappling hooks and axes. The palisade shudders as dozens of blades chop and pry at the logs. "They've breached the gate! Fall back!" comes a scream from your right. You spin to see the main gate hanging in splinters and Vikings pouring through the gap. Your father hurls a spear into an onrushing raider, but a Nordic axe hacks into his side and he goes down with a cry. Rage and panic surge through you. You've lost control of the walls. "Back to there! Keep!" you bellow, helping your wounded father to his feet. A handful of you retreat from the rampart, sprinting toward the old stone storehouse at the fort's centre, the closest thing to shelter remaining. The Swedes flood into the courtyard unopposed. You half drag, half carry your father toward the storehouse doorway. A glance over your shoulder reveals utter carnage. Our Curonian warriors are being butchered where they stand. The blacksmith Irma swings his axe desperately, but 3 Vikings set upon him at once, swords flashing. He falls in a spray of blood. Others drop their weapons and beg for quarter, only to be cut down without mercy. We have completed the fort. Just steps from the storehouse, a powerful blow from behind knocks you sprawling. A red-bearded Viking looms over you. He had sprinted silently behind and struck you with a club. Your spear falls from your hands. You roll onto your back, gasping in pain. The Redbeard snarls something you don't understand and raises his sword to end you. Behind him, through the haze of smoke and dust, you see a knot of Viking warriors forcing the last few captives, including a wounded, sobbing boy, to their knees at sword point. You know it's over for your village. The Viking's blade pauses in the air as he notices your fierce, unyielding glare. For an instant you see uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps he expected pleading. Summoning your last strength, you spit a curse at him in your native tongue. The Redbeard's face hardens. With a swift, brutal stroke, his sword falls. Searing pain cleaves your skull. The world bursts into blinding light and agony, and then immediately fades to black. As your lifeblood seeps into the soil of your homeland, the last feeling you experience is a grim sense of satisfaction. You did not beg. The Northmen may have razed your village and enslaved your kin, but you would sooner die than live under their boot, and so you have. You crouch behind a stack of furs in the riverside market stall near Novgorod, Eastern Europe in 860, heart hammering against your ribs. Outside, by the wharf on the Volkhov River, frustrated voices erupt into screams. The Varangian Rus have come to Novgorod's trade post again, and this time they aren't leaving peacefully. Your people have been paying tribute in the form of goods and silver to these Rus Vikings for years, and it was never enough. Today their chieftain arrived with dozens of warriors and demanded double the usual tribute. You watched from a distance as the elders humbly offered furs, honey, and a chest of silver coins, hoping to appease the Northmen. The Varangian leader only sneered. He even demanded 50 young men as slaves. At that, the pretense of negotiation shattered. An axe lodged in the skull of one brash merchant, who immediately shouted in protest. An uproar ensued. Now the air is filled with panicked shouts and the clash of steel. From your hiding spot, you peek out. A flaxen-haired Viking smashes a pottery stool with his shield, sending shards flying and the potter scurrying. Across the way, another Norseman overturns a wagon of grain, laughing as it spills. Your precious wares, fine winter furs and carved walrus ivory, are likely lost to pillage, but that is the least of your worries. You grip a long skinning knife, the only weapon at hand. It's almost useless against fully armed raiders, but you refuse to surrender without a fight. A spear suddenly flies overhead and impales a fleeing neighbour just beyond your stall. The man collapses with a gurgling scream. You bite your fist to stifle a whimper. "Round up the rest!" a Varangian warrior barks in his tongue. You understand a little of it. Two merchants sprint past your shelter, making a break for the tree line, but they don't get far. One is skewered by a thrown spear, the other is run down by a red-bearded Russ who slams him to the ground and clubs him senseless with the butt of an axe. Your mind races. Perhaps you can slip away along the riverbank amid the chaos, if only you can reach your boat. Gathering your courage, you clutch your knife and prepare to bolt. You rise, and a pair of iron hands seize you from behind. Ha! Hiding like a rat. A hulking Varangian in a wolfskin cloak hauls you out into the open by your tunic. You slash desperately with your knife, but he catches your wrist with contemptuous ease and twists until the blade drops from your numb fingers. "Let go of me!" you snarl in Slavonic, kicking at his shin. In response, the Viking drives his knee into your stomach. All air rushes from your lungs. You double over, gagging. Rough laughter rings out. The wolf-cloaked warrior forces you to your knees. Another Northman strides over with a length of rope. Working efficiently, they bind your wrists behind you and loop another cord around your neck. You dimly realise that they are also tying up other survivors, including a few young women and 2 wounded elders elsewhere in the market. They will soon herd you and a line of captives toward the longships that are waiting. A rope around your neck links you to the prisoner ahead. Your cheeks burn with humiliation and fury. But when a Varangian jerks hard on the tether, you stumble forward without resistance. Your town headman, an old friend of your father's, sobs pitifully as he's dragged along beside you. He begs the Vikings in broken Norse to spare his family. The chieftain ignores him, casually wiping blood from his sword. At the riverbank, the Northmen shove you and the others onto their boats amid piles of plunder. The Northmen force you to sit on the deck, tying your wrists and neck to a ring by the mast. Within minutes, the oarsmen push off and the current carries you away from the smoking ruins of your marketplace. As the ship turns downriver, you catch a final glimpse of Novgorod's wooden ramparts receding into the morning mist. Hot tears blur your eyes. You've heard what comes next. The Varangians will take you east to sell in the slave markets of the Greeks or Arabs. Perhaps that will be your fate, sold far from home, never to return. A blonde Viking guarding the captives notices your tears. He smirks and mockingly pats your cheek as one would a child. You stare at him with hate so intense it scares even you, but your defiance only amuses him. With a shrug, he turns away to count the silver coins piled at his feet. You sit in stunned silence as the boat carries you into the unknown. In your mind, you see an image of your wife and young son, as they were this morning, waving goodbye when you left for market. Are they alive? Will you ever see them again? A sob escapes before you can choke it back. The Northman's laughter echoes across the water, and you silently curse the gods for abandoning you to these wolves. You realise that your life as a free man in Russ's land is over. You are now just human cargo, another soul enslaved beneath an endless foreign sky. Anglo-Saxon England, 871. The ground shakes under the onrush of the enemy horde. From your position atop the timber palisade, you see them coming across the fields, hundreds of Danish warriors advancing in a solid shield wall. You swallow against the terror rising in your throat. Wessex has mustered every able man to defend this town, and still the Northmen outnumber you. Their battle cries carry over the morning breeze as they close in. You tighten your sweaty grip on your spear. Lord Ethelred's banner, a golden dragon on red, flutters above the gate, a hopeful token. But today, you will have to make a stand against the powerful Viking army. All night we laboured, and still they come, mutters Osric beside you, hefting his axe. It's true, You and the townsfolk spent the dark hours reinforcing these crude walls with wagons and debris. The women, children and elderly have been packed into the stout stone church at the town centre, the only building likely to withstand an assault. You send a quick prayer heavenward for your wife among them. If the Danes break through, that church will be their last refuge, and perhaps a tomb. You force the thought away and refocus on the enemy. There was a sudden blast of a horn. Arrows suddenly whistle out from the Viking line. "Shields up!" you shout, raising your wooden shield overhead. A black feathered arrow slams into it with a jarring thud. A heartbeat later, a javelin impales the comrade to your left. He slumps with a strangled groan. On your right, another Saxon's shield is shattered by a slung stone, staggering him. As you brace yourself, the Danes suddenly appear at the ditch, their roars akin to those of beasts. Axes bite into the palisade timbers with furious force. The whole wall quivers under the onslaught. You jab your spear downward through a gap. Below, a wild-bearded raider is chopping madly at the logs. Before you can strike him, the palisade buckles. "They're through! Fall back!" someone screams behind you. You whirl. The main gate has been smashed open. The Vikings inundate the town with a torrent of steel and rage. "Retreat to the church!" comes the order. You fly down the ladder, along with the few still living defenders, and sprint toward the stone church at the centre of town. Around you, all is bedlam. Panicked villagers clog the muddy street, fleeing for their lives. A woman carrying a baby runs right into a Danish axeman emerging from an alley. His blade flashes, and she drops in a spray of blood, the infant wailing beside her corpse. Flames crackle. One of the thatched roofs is ablaze, pouring kabuk into the morning sky. Gasping, you reach the churchyard just as the last survivors shove their way inside. "In! In!" you shout, practically throwing a wounded old bowman through the door. The heavy oak doors boom shut a second later. Dim, dusty candlelight illuminates the packed sanctuary. Terrified faces of women and children, a few bloodied men from the wall, all huddled together. The stout doors shudder under blows from outside. You plant your feet among a half-dozen others, forming a ragged line at the entrance. You grip your spear with both hands. There is nowhere else to run. With a splintering crack, the church doors explode inward. A massive, fur-cloaked Dane barges through, shield first. You and two others thrust your spears. One pierces his thigh. The Viking roars in pain as he falls, but more push into the breach, dark shapes flooding the sacred space. Northman lunges at you, swinging a sword. You parry with your spears halved, but the force shears it in two. He raises his weapon for a killing blow, when Osric, your neighbour, tackles him from the side. They crash to the floor, grappling. You seize the jagged broken end of your spear and stab it into another Viking's belly as he rushes past. The invader collapses, shrieking. All around the church, brutal close-quarters combat rages. Pew benches overturn, screams and the clash of steel echo against stone walls. A Viking axe cleaves into old Father Wilfred, who was clutching a processional cross. He drops without a sound. Near the altar, two Danes corner a cluster of cowering children. You see one raise his sword and a small boy crumples, blood spreading across the flagstones. The scene is hellish. A wild slash catches you across the side. White-hot pain sears your ribs. You cry out and fall against the altar, blood soaking your torn tunic. The big Dane with the fur cloak looms over you now, recovered from the earlier spear wound and bent on revenge. He lifts his two-handed sword, eyes alight with triumph. You know you are about to die. Summoning one last surge of strength, you lock eyes with him and snarl, "Ungodly heathen," as defiantly as your trembling voice allows. The Dane hesitates, momentarily surprised by your boldness. That's when a thrown axe whirls out of the smoky air and buries itself in his back. The Viking's eyes bulge, he topples forward and crashes at your feet. Through swimming vision, you perceive Lord Alfred's red dragon banner suddenly amidst the melee. Saxon warriors pour into the church through the shattered doorway, yelling war cries of Wessex. Reinforcements. By some miracle, they arrived in time. The remaining Vikings, caught by surprise, falter and then break under the fresh assault. "Drive them out!" a familiar voice, your cousin Cuthbert's, bellows over the din. Within moments, the Northmen are fleeing back the way they came, cut down as they scramble through the doors. It's over. We have defeated them. You slump against the altar, vision blurred with tears of relief and pain. Despite all the odds, you have managed to survive this terrifying dawn. Alive, you slide down to sit on the blood-slick floor. All around are mingled sobs of joy and mourning. victory at dreadful cost. Cuthbert rushes to your side and presses a cloth to your bleeding wound. "Hold on, cousin," he urges. "You manage a faint surmile." Outside, the Viking war horn sounds a retreat. Alfred's men shout in triumph atop the battered walls. Your town still stands. Despite being battered, burned, and littered with the dead, your town remains unconquered. As Cuthbert helps you to your feet, you gaze over the carnage inside the church and feel both grief and gratitude. The Danes will return, you know they will, and more blood will be shed. But not today. Today, by the grace of God, you have witnessed the impossible. The enormous Viking army in flight. You have survived a Viking raid, scarred, exhausted, half in shock, but alive. The final scenario in the aftermath, Enslaved, takes place in the 9th century. You awaken before dawn to the tug of the iron collar around your neck. You begin yet another day in servitude. Slowly you push yourself up from the straw on the firm clay floor of the barn. Every muscle aches. Years of back-breaking toil under the Norsemen have left your body knotted with pain. You move carefully so as not to rattle the short chain attached to your collar. The household still sleeps, and you dare not wake your masters. Grey, pre-dawn light seeps in through the wooden slats. You are a thrall, a slave in this Viking farming village far from your homeland. The cold iron ring riveted around your throat is the permanent mark of your bondage. Reaching up, you touch the metal collar and remember the day it was forged in place by your captors. Your hair is raggedly shorn, cut short as another sign of your servitude. Once you were a proud, free person with a family, land and hope for the future. Now you are property. Outside, roosters begin to crow. Your heart jumps. You must be at your chores before the Norse household awakens, or risk a beating. You shuffle out of the barn on bare feet. The morning air is damp and chill. As you hurry across the yard toward the well, 2 dark shapes suddenly sprint toward you, the guard dogs. You freeze, eyes down, and extend your empty hands. The dogs sniff and circle, then trot away. They recognize your scent by now. Still, your pulse races. You've seen those hounds tear into runaway slaves before. By first light, you're hauling water from the well to the longhouse. The routine of labour gives you a fragile sense of order. You fill the trough for the livestock, 1 bucket at a time. Next, you lug armfuls of firewood inside to rekindle the hearth. Your hands are a landscape of scars, burns, and calluses. Hard work has become your only constant. At times, you almost forget there was ever a life before it. Almost. While gathering kindling, you catch sight of your reflection in a puddle outside the kitchen shed. A gaunt, hollow-eyed face stares back, barely recognisable as you. Unbidden, memories flood in. You see the day of your village's fall. Flaming roofs, screaming loved ones, and sword-wielding figures storming through the chaos. Your knees buckle, and you grip the shed wall to steady yourself. Last night was the same as every night, haunted by nightmares of the raid. You relive the moment you were spared, if this existence can be called being spared, the moment a Viking shoved you into a chain instead of cutting you down. Awake, you can push these thoughts aside while you labour, but in sleep you see your family's faces again. You hear your little son's cry as the Northmen drag him from your arms. You smell the blood and smoke. A sharp voice jolts you from your reverie. "Get moving, thrall!" snaps Astrid, the farmer's wife, emerging from the longhouse with a clay pitcher. You cringe and lower your gaze. "Yes, mistress," you respond in Norse. Scurrying to hold the door open for her, she shoves the pitcher into your hands. "Fetch fresh water and be quick," she growls. You bow your head and rush back to the well, clutching the pitcher tightly to hide the tremor in your fingers. Even after 5 years of slavery, that tone of contempt still burns as hot as ever. Tears prick your eyes as you wind the well rope. You blink them away fiercely. A thrall's life depends on his master's goodwill. You've learned to show no hint of anger or grief, but inside your soul roils. Drawing up the heavy bucket, you mouth a silent prayer in your native tongue. To God? Are you praying to the old gods? You're no longer sure. You pray for strength to endure this living death, or the mercy of a quicker end. The sun crests the horizon, golden light spilling over the farm. You pause a moment, squinting toward the eastern glow. In your old life, sunrise meant warmth and promise. Now it just marks another day of chains. Still feeling the sun's rays on your face revive something in you, a distant memory of freedom. For a heartbeat, you recall walking your fields at dawn, your little boy on your shoulders. The ache of loss nearly doubles you over. A bitter truth sears your mind. The person you had died on the day of the Viking raid. A distant laugh from the longhouse shakes you back to reality. Your masters are awake. Shoulders hunched, you hoist the pitcher and hurry to serve them. As you shuffle inside to pour Astrid's morning ale, she wrinkles her nose. "You stink of sweat," she says, waving you off. "When you're done here, wash yourself. I won't have guests smelling a filthy thrall." You nod obediently and retreat. Shame creeps over you, but also a spark of something else. Indignation. Filthy? You spend hours each day scrubbing their floors and laundering their clothes. When would you even wash yourself? But you swallow the retort. A thrall with pride is a thrall with a death wish. Outside, you dutifully ladle water over your body at the trough. The icy splash makes you shiver. You stare down at the muddy ground and realize you feel nothing. None of the fire that once filled your heart. The Vikings took everything from you. They even took the person you used to be. In his place stands this empty shell performing tasks on command. Perhaps it would have been better to have died fighting like so many others. Perhaps you are the unlucky one for surviving. Hot tears well up and fall into the dirt. You allow yourself a few ragged breaths of sorrow under the morning sun, which by now hangs bright in the sky. Then you inhale, wipe your eyes, and gather the buckets for the next chore. As you hoist the yoke onto your shoulders, you catch a glimpse of the distant sea glittering beyond the cliffs. For one moment, a flicker of resolve cuts through your despair. One day, you think, one day I'll be free again. The thought is gone almost before it formed, chased away by years of brutal reality, but it lingers in your chest like an ember under ash. A harsh shout from the smokehouse jolts you back to duty. You lower your head and carry on with your burdens in the yard. This is your world now. Fear, toil and memories that hurt more than any whip. In a way, your captors did not spare your life at all, they simply claimed it. And so you labour on, a survivor in the Vikings' wake, living day to day in a fate worse than death. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes, this behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of this irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court's spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticized, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognized the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realized how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organizing cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She maneuvered through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumors that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the east had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces. Rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions, Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852, and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade Station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise, their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time: a crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard, Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near-total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor, he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton Mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them, high-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6 pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. 6 of them, he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. "How in God's name did you get 6 of them out?" Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton Mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. "Her breathing is compromised," the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. "The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment." He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of an industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggle to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope, showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the city council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay, housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept, their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks, blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the 2nd floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned, in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritize production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited. A landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves.